Alright, I think we're good. Let's get into it. Low-key day. Hello, everybody. Another Saturday featuring your boy, Shino the Tired. Hello, yes, I am here. I'm back. As always, welcome to another Saturday edition of streaming. Yeah, I mean, between the fact that, and I'll talk about it later, but between my day today and the fact that I didn't get that much sleep, this feels like a common trend. You know, the Saturday streams have suddenly become the tired stream, I'm kind of low energy stream, which is not the worst thing in the world. I'm kind of low energy to begin with, so, you know, it's not like it's just gonna stop anything, but we'll be doing the usual. We'll be doing the Umas, we'll be doing the prep. I know CM is actually coming up pretty soon. Not soon, because I haven't gotten the notification for it yet. Although it might be coming today, actually. But, yeah, we'll try our best to try and actually get some of this prep done, because I know this is something that I really need to be better at, is actually prepping for this stuff. Which requires me to do tons of runs per day, which is not the worst thing in the world, at least we're not doing it in Trackblazer, but it's still kind of a bit tedious for me, so, you know, it's kind of nice to have these times to kind of do them and, you know, have the opportunity to be able to kind of create good Umas from that. So without further ado, let's get into the action and get started. Featuring our favorite character, Still in Love. Just kidding. Okay. Also, happy birthday to Dansu Flame. Her conversation with her newest conversation, the birthday one, is with Believe, and I just think it's really adorable because they're both like deferring to each other. It's like, oh no, it's fine. It's like, oh no, it's fine. Oh no, it's fine. I just find it really adorable. But yeah, their conversation is it's like, oh yeah, it's like, well, sorry about that. And forgive me for my lack of understanding of Japanese, but I think it's something along the lines of, oh, sorry, I don't have your present ready yet, it's handmade, blah blah blah, you know? Like, oh, just give me a few... Just give me some more time. Okay. And she's like, oh, I can't deliver it to you because it was promised to be delivered by your birthday. It's like, oh, well, now I can't do that. Like, no, it's fine. And now she's like, oh, it's fine. It's like, I can wait. She's like, no, it's a promise. It's like, oh, no, it's fine. Then they just kind of, it's like, oh, no, it's back and forth. I just think it's really cute. And it's like, Believe is just like, no, I must. And then, it's like 4 demos right there. It's adorable. And Believe's just like, oof, okay. Trying to understand this. Ah, yes. The word of the day, shikoto. Isn't that adorable? Hey Gabe, what's up? So, Believe in Dansu? Yeah, I was just talking about, it's technically Dansu's birthday today. Well, I guess today in Japan time, not right now for us, but it'll be in approximately 6 hours. But yeah, no, I was just like, ooh, look at that. They are the same generation, yeah. Sometimes I forget Believe is 2001 generation Uma. It's kind of interesting because of the fact that she is a sprinter. It's kind of hard to really... She doesn't kind of fit in that same category as some of the other kind of classic... In her same generation, right? Because if I remember correctly, her not generation mates, but her rivals, I mean, Cowstone Light and Durandal weren't really her rivals until like very late in her career. I remember looking at some of the race history there, and they don't really race each other until like towards the end of her career, so it's kind of kind of interesting seeing it from the sprinter's perspective because it's a lot more different than like the classic racers where they just race the classic stuffs, and it's a lot more easier to see like, oh, this is this generation, and like sometimes with like sprinters and dirts, the generations don't really matter too much, I guess. But yeah, that is kind of interesting. Like also, it's like 4 Uma's birthdays today, which I think is really fun. It's just one of those days, right? I think it was, who was it? It was Dantsu, it was, who else had a birthday? Like one of the characters who, oh yeah, Red Desire's birthday was today, so we had 2 conversations about that. The newly there. It was, I'm trying to remember whose birthday it was today. I guess if I go into the area, we'll see, but there were like 2 more. Well, no birthdays here. Okay. I can look it up real quick, maybe. Hold on. If I just go to umamusume.win, we can see, based on the, where, I thought, yeah, there they are, okay. Today is technically the 19th, so happy birthday to Nishino Flower, Red Desire, Dantu Flame, and Mejiro Bright, that's right. Good old Flower and Bright. Good for them. Okay. We need more Dirt Umas. We need more Umas, but yeah, Dirt, definitely. There's really only like the trios, right? And then there's like other scatterings of ones, like, I mean, Smart Falcon, Shinko Windy, but it feels like there aren't that many specialized Dirt Umas, really. Because there are, like, combinations, like Victoire Pisa and, like, Oguri Cap and Taiki Shuttle, but there is kind of a lack of those. Which is why this CM is a bit more limited in the sense. Not as limited, but still kind of limited. But we will continue our Ines journey. I'm going to change something real quick, so from the runs I've been doing, like, I'm using Danzu right now, but I kind of want to switch over to Shakur and want to see how that might make a difference. Because I'm not really feeling like I'm getting enough stamina from any of my runs. But kind of maybe want to switch that out, because Danzu, as much as I love her, isn't really most necessary for that. But, so maybe that might help. I'm also really debating whether or not I should use this Marsh card when I don't have any copy, when I only have the 1 copy of it. I don't know, maybe that's also kind of, I feel like that's not hurting me as much, but this feels like something that might be hurting me, but I think the stamina has been more of an issue. There are a lot of generations that don't have a Dirt Uma representative. Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, it's limited. Very limited. You need to... A lot of generations, not even just Dirt, but like in general, there's like generations that just feel missing, right? I don't remember exactly what it was. It was like 2013? It was like one of those, like 2013, 2014 or whatever. Just feels like there's only like 1 Uma in that, and it's just like, it feels like there should have a little bit more. But I'm sure they figure those out eventually. Yeah, I think I'll go for the... Gotta go for that one. Try and get the date event soon. Okay, well, that's just peachy. Try and get Ebayan over here. Try to get Yonko over here. I think that's my priority. Although I shouldn't really force it. I should really just see where the cards lie and see how we can kind of play with that. Because at the end of the day, I just want my friendship rainbows showing up before everything's all said and done. Ooh, yeah, we'll do that one. 2017 just got a Uma with Kiseki several months ago. Yeah, I mean, that one just also felt missing, but I think that was also just because Kiseki kind of played a role with Almondai in that Japan Cup. They just wanted to get some representation there, but I feel like they probably should have, if that was the case, they're missing a very specific Uma that has still yet to be released. Contrail. Ooh, there we go. But maybe we'll get the announcement of that in the future. TBD on that. I'm just glad we got all Flash's rivals with the release of all those 2010 Umas. Yeah, it felt really kind of... It was kind of interesting though, because like it didn't feel like it was missing, but once all of those rivals showed up. Now it's like, oh wait, yeah, now it does feel like it's a lot more complete, like Flash's story, because before it was really just Flash had the rivals with like Gold Ship, and like Tosin Jordan, but those weren't necessarily from her generation, so it was more just the senior year races. I think the story at least does a good job of kind of, in a way, disguising like kind of the missing gap. I mean, sometimes I should say, other times not so much, but like they try their best to fill in like the gaps they can, and then sometimes they just have to you know, be like a replacement Duramente, like Brusque Mint or whatever, and then they have to do something like that, and then that doesn't feel as, that feels kind of weirder. Okay, but give me the power. Okay, at this point, oh, look, my options here. The good thing this is actually the first time in a little bit that I got the date event before the debut race, which normally, I remember it used to be a lot more common. I feel like it's become a lot less common for that to happen now, at least in the runs that I've been having, which has been kind of annoying. It's gotten as bad as like it going all the way to like the end of the junior year before it even shows up, and I'm just like, where are you? Where are you? You've not shown up yet. Okay, we're not gonna get both the turns with Friendship Rainbow, but at least we're gonna get one. There we go. Oh wait, actually. Ooh. 29%. I'll take those odds. Okay, that was not worth it at all. That was probably not a good idea, but oh well. Okay, well that was just, maybe I might just, but I don't want to abandon this run because I already have the date events going, but that's actually pretty tragic though. What was it like back then playing year 1-2 Uma with just that small cast trying to guess who might be next? It was, oh man, okay, this really, I think I'll just take this. Yeah, it definitely felt, I don't want to say it felt more limiting, but it was definitely a lot more, because back then there was like, well, at least for me, I was always just like, oh, you know, there might actually be like some sort of pattern to who's coming next, and you can like probably inference it based on past Umas, and then I think with the release of Karen-chan, that just kind of threw everything for a loop, and it was just like, wow, I actually don't know anymore. Or was it Smart Falcon? It was one of those characters, because I think the predictions were all, for me, were always like, oh, you know, it's like Team Spica, Team Rigil, it's like some of those characters are probably going to come first, and then it's going to be some of the other ones, but then it was just like, they released the Sprint Uma, and it's just like, oh, who is this? I've never heard of this one, and then it threw everything for a loop, and then I stopped predicting at that point. But yeah, I mean, those times, that was pretty, I mean, it's kind of the same as if you're, like, for most of the people who are playing, oh wow, I got 15 points. Oh wait, I have to do it like this. It's kind of the same for people who are playing in the English version, like kind of the first year, although they have the benefit of the doubt of knowing who's coming next. It was pretty much just like that, except the fact that we didn't know who was coming. So it was just like, well, it could really be anybody. And then, of course, back then there was still like the limited number of casts. You know, they didn't have like a lot of the, like, half the roster at that point wasn't even announced. Well, maybe that's a stretch, but like there was still like only like a smaller number, even like overall. And so it's kind of amazing how many Umas have kind of been announced since then. Because if you look at it, I'm kind of wondering, how many Umas were initially in the roster. Because obviously there was the initial pool of characters, but of course there were characters like Inez and like Biko Pegasus who were, you know, there. They just didn't have characters or trainable characters until later down the road, so kind of makes me trying to remember how many characters there were. I want to say it was around half the number it was now, which would have still been like maybe 50 or 60. Although that feels like a long number, I don't know. Speaking of which, isn't it tonight or tomorrow night the new Uma Drip Market? That is a good question. I'll have to check. Oh, did I just fail a 2%? Okay, we're cursed. This is, I'm No, 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 no. We're restarting. We're restarting. This run's cursed. I don't like this. I don't like that at all. Yeah, sure, I got the yeah, I got the date event early, but that's the only good thing that came from that. Everything else just was very cursed from the start, and we can afford to restart because I have like 15 parent reruns or whatever. But yeah, it looks like the gotchas until tomorrow, because this is based on my time zone. The nice thing about Uma, I will say, is that it does adjust all of these kind of gotchas and the dates to like your actual time zone, which I think is really nice. So yeah, so we're gonna get the announcement in 2 hours, so keep an eye out for that. I'm gonna predict it's gonna be. I've seen, because in the Paka live talk, right? It was the Seiyu for Love's Only You, Bukador, and Marsh Lorraine. So like, my copium is that it's gonna maybe be Bukador, but it could also be Marsh. So if I had to bet, I don't know. All signs really do point to it being Marsh, because everybody and their mother is predicting that, because, you know, their Dirtsien's coming up. Although it'd be like very little time to use her, to prepare for her. But like that could be, and then she'd be a scenario link character. There's a lot of signs pointing to her. So if I'm a betting man, I think I'd have to go with Marsh. But I wouldn't be disappointed if it was Karen, or sorry, Bukador, because I've been waiting for her ever since she got announced. Sorry, Lala, to skip you. Oh, but you're missing out on all the fun Kansai comedy hours, like, and also the fact that she, like, you can apparently you've learned the power of reading minds, because you can hear her inner thoughts, which I think is really funny. Still, it's like the fact that you can hear some of her inner thoughts. It's like she's just standing there, not even moving her mouth, and it's just like, oh, you can hear it. It's just like, how do you have this power? It's like, I feel like if you actually do have this power, you could probably use it for better things than just being a trainer. Actually, no, that probably might be good. You know, that'd be good for training purposes, because then you can actually know what's wrong with your Umas and stuff, and don't have to go too deep into, you know, like, all the psychology of that. My guess is between Bouquet, Marsh, and Logo type. Logo type could be interesting. I don't know. Logo type, that could be a wild card for sure, though. I feel like, in terms of wild cards, I feel like Rulership might be a good one, though. I've seen, I don't know what I've really seen, but like, I've seen rumblings of it, so Logo type, because Satsuki shows today. That, yeah, I can see that, because that has happened in the past, where they've released characters in correlation with, like, the races happening. But, yeah, I guess. Your guess is as good as mine, because I have no freaking clue. But like I said, I think if I had to bet, I'd probably go with Marsh. So we'll see. We'll see in about 1.5 hours at this point, so keep your eyes out for that. Maybe I'll stop the stream and we'll go to Twitter and see the news. Get all that good and squared away. Also, speaking of news, I mentioned yesterday, right? It's just like, oh yeah, one stream away from getting to the affiliate, and if it happens, you know, if it happens, it happens. But I'll say I did not get the whatchamacallit, yeah, the average viewers ended up being 2, so I mean, I kind of wasn't really expecting too much. It's all right, you know. Maybe today might be the day. Let's see. I mean, I'll keep an eye on my views. Okay, no, but we'll see. It's all good, you know. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, we'll just keep on going. I don't have any. Yeah, we'll do that. Summon stream if it's Marsh. Oh wait, never mind. Tomorrow's variety. If it does end up being Marsh, I think I'll probably just. We'll see. Because I usually don't stream on Mondays and Tuesdays, but I have made exceptions. Yeah. Or I could just hold off until, like, Wednesday or something. Or I could do, like, a Monday stream. I mean, Sunday doesn't have to be variety. If it comes down to it, I can make that Uma as well. You know, have, like, 3 Uma streams in a week. Because why not? It's my stream, my rules. I don't like any of this. I'm gonna actually just take a rest here. Yeah, well, luckily Marsh is already, or not Marsh, Yanko's already good here. Could I possibly get... is that worth it? No, because this is probably more better anyway, in the long term. But yeah, I'm pretty flexible when it comes to, you know, whatever. And I don't really have a game in mind for tomorrow, still. I guess we can go to the... whatchamacallit, the, that other hidden object game that I was talking about. That's always on the docket. And I figured that might be something, maybe, but we'll see if it is Marsh. And if it is, then I guess we're doing that stream. Because I do have quite a good number of gems to pull for. So, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to doing a live pulling stream, although those have not really been, historically speaking, my best when it comes to luck, because I've just not been good with those ones, but hopefully my luck turns around a little bit. I had, what, 22 carats? 22k carats? So I have a good number, at least. So hopefully luck plays a role, because also, and the fact that I got Lala in 10 tickets really did help a lot, because that means that I didn't spend any gems during her banner, and I still have 10 tickets left over to pull for the next character, so that was a really lucky moment right there. Only have 16k carats. That's still like 100 pulls or so if you're really desperate. Depends on how much you really want her, but we'll see, we'll see. Because the thing with that is, I think the expected number of, and I'm gonna be all friggin' nerd, like statistics nerd here, but I think with the percentages working out the way they are, because I think it's what, 0.75% chance of actually getting the character. Yes, I think it's technically a 3% chance. And actually, hold on, I can't do that yet. Let me do this first, and then let me go to the specific numbers, because there's a way to calculate it's called the expected value. It's this thing called like expected value in statistics, where you get the chance of getting something, and then you kind of the expected number of something before you get that action. So for example, here with Lala, and it's going to be the same thing, because I think if I remember, and I don't know if this is the screen with the rates. Yes, so yeah, it's a 3% chance of getting the 3-star, but technically speaking, for the actual character, the rate up, oh my god, this just shows how many freaking characters there are at this point. Yeah, so the rate up always is, I think, 0.75%. So 0.75, how do I, okay, so expected value, I think, is literally just, it's 1 divided by 0.075. Is the formula for that. So 1 over whatever the percentage value of is that. So it's actually gonna, you expect to do 133.33333333, so like 133 pulls to get the character. Just to put it in perspective of, like, you know, sure, you can have times when you're like really lucky and get characters in like only like a handful of pulls, like maybe 20 or 30, but more likely than not, it's gonna take 100 plus pulls, and that is actually the expected number to get that character that you want. So, you know, every time you're like, rate up is a lie, well, that's because the chance of getting a 3-star character in overall, like a chance of getting a 3-star character that isn't the rate up character would be, what, like 3 minus that 0.75%. Yeah, so that's definitely like a lot higher, so that's why the whole meme of rate up is a lie. Well, look at that. Honestly, that sounds about right, because looking at all my trainee polls in global, it averages out. You got 120 for the anime, Eimaku, 10 for Brian's, 170 for digital, and Kita-san Spark. Yeah, right? So that kind of does average out to like around Yeah, like 130-ish, so, I mean, hey, look at that, statistics. It's crazy. Crazy, it actually does kind of work out. Who would have thought? Not me. I love statistics, except for the fact that when it got to probability stuff, that's when it got pretty brutal, not gonna lie. Because I had to take a lot of statistics. I didn't major in statistics, but I took a lot of statistics classes to go for my major, one of my majors at least. So I got really deep into that, so I remember concepts of all that stuff. And yeah, expected value was one of those things that we had to learn about. I don't love any of this. Do I have my... I don't have data event yet. Okay, so I might just go this. Try and get... See, this is what I'm talking about. This has been more likely... Ah, there we go, data event. This has been more the norm than anything, is the data event doesn't show up until, like, turns after the debut race, which is annoying. Took AP stats, it was fun, but I forgot everything. Ah, yes, AP stats. I actually... Did I take AP stats? Yeah, I did. I took a lot of AP classes, but I don't think I actually took the actual AP test, because that was my last semester senior year, and for some reason, I was just like, yeah, I'm not going to take all these AP tests. Fuck, I'm already in my college anyway. It's not going to really matter too much. I guess in hindsight, I could have taken it and maybe gotten away with skipping some of the basic stats classes that I took, but I don't think I actually took basic stat classes anyway, so it wouldn't have skipped anything for the most part. Yeah, that was my main reasoning for not taking any of those, was it's not going to probably transfer over to my college, so I was like, nah, I'll just not spend my, you know, however long those AP tests take, because those are, you know, good old standardized tests, sure take a long time, and I'm just like, I don't want to do that if I don't have to do it, right, or if it doesn't serve me any benefit, so no thank you. My final project was that our Oreo double stuff's actually double stuffed. That's funny, I like that. Yeah, I mean, that is, you can make that into statistics for sure. You can definitely see how you can kind of make that into a kind of fun little project. I always love whenever you can do those like kind of fun things in school. I remember, and this was way back in the day, but like in middle school, we had to do like a final paper, like a really long, like 10+ page like paper on whatever topic we wanted to do. So I did mine on chocolate, because why the hell not? And yeah, it was really fun. I still remember quite a bit from that. I remember chocolate. The two main things about chocolate, the two main kind of components of chocolate, are like cacao butter and chocolate liqueur. Like those are really like the two main things that kind of determine what type of chocolate a chocolate is. Like, you know, there's like the white chocolate, milk chocolate, dark chocolate, all that stuff. And the differentiator between all of those is the amount or ratio of kind of cacao liqueur, or like cacao butter and chocolate liqueur. Chocolate liqueur isn't actually like liqueur, it's just kind of the name of it. Chocolate liqueur is what makes kind of chocolate bitter. So the more chocolate liqueur you have, the more, I guess, the more kind of bitter it is, and the more kind of like percentage of cacao, right? So if you've seen like 90% cacao, or like 70% cacao dark chocolate, like that's kind of percentage of like chocolate liqueur. And the cacao butter is what makes kind of the chocolate kind of rich, creamy, sweet sort of thing. Oh, I need to do my dreams. So, like milk chocolate, for example, has more of that cacao butter and less kind of chocolate liqueur. And white chocolate technically isn't actually chocolate, because it doesn't have any chocolate liqueur. And so it's just like, it doesn't have like the cacao, so it's technically not actually chocolate, but it is kind of, I guess people, you know, obviously consider it to be chocolate, to, you know, because. One of those things where it's like, oh, technically it's not actually, so it's just like, you know, under that definition. But it's like the whole like, oh, tomatoes are fruit, or like whatever, it's like half these vegetables are actually fruits, but like nobody actually considers it like that. My favorite project from high school was Japanese class, and for that I either had to make a commercial or music video. My friends and I ended up doing one of the JoJo openings. It's pretty neat. Yeah, I always like when, yeah, like I said, it's like, it's nice when you're not strictly set to having to do like this thing. You're given a little bit of creativity to do something, which makes it kind of fun. Like some of my favorite projects kind of ended up being those things where it's like you kind of given the freedom to do whatever the hell you want. To an extent, right? It's like you can't do like anything, but just like you're given some freedoms. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. That was 6th grade. That would have been a long... I'm not going to say how long ago that was, but it was a long time ago, so... And yet I still... Hold on. I still remember a little bit of that, so it's kind of fun. Fun facts about chocolate and all that. Chocolate! Chocolate! I read this. Like, every time chocolate, every time it just reminds me of that SpongeBob episode where they sell chocolate. That's such an iconic episode. There's so many good quotes that came from that. So much good stuff. I'm a sucker for any good SpongeBob quotes. If I knew about Uma back then, we definitely would have done an Umamusume music video, but that singing that song is hell. Yeah, that song is brutal. Like I tried doing it in karaoke, but it's like there's a lot of sections that just like is really rapid fire like singing. It's difficult. Obviously, like there's the chorus section isn't that bad, but like the verses are they go fast, so it's like it's just me mumbling. It's like it's like sure, yeah, I can't really do it, but I'm trying my best, I guess. But there are definitely a lot more easier songs to sing for karaoke purposes. I know some of my go-tos are ones that aren't necessarily favorites, but it's just like, I can sing them at least, right? Because I have songs that I really like, it's just, but I can't sing them, because there's like, it's way too fast, or, you know, it's just like, it's you know, too high-pitched or something. I think a good example is like, K-pop Demon Hunter's Golden. I love that song, but like, God, trying to hit those notes, good fucking luck with that. It's like, you can't. Should I do Dreams here? Yeah, I'm gonna do Dreams. I don't like any of my options here. But... yeah, learning. Learning is good. I mean, there's that, don't get me wrong, there's definitely had my fair share of terrible teachers. Good, unfortunately, but I've had some good teachers as well, you know, ones that remember fondly back on, looking back on and such, so... and, you know, their work is underappreciated, especially this time of this time of age, where all the shit that's going on in the world, it's just like, their jobs are not any easier, for sure. Only Japanese song I can sing is Ue no Muite Aruko. We sing that song a lot in class. That sounds familiar. Actually, no, that doesn't really. That sounds familiar. I don't know that. Maybe I know it. I just don't know don't connect the title with the. Ooh, we got a dirt. Yes, okay, that's 1 dirt. We got 2 dirt. Oh, we are off to a good start, ladies and gentlemen. We're already at 8 dirt. Look at this. Can we get another factor for dirt and medium and get this to be SS? That would be honestly pretty amazing, NG though, not gonna lie. I'm not gonna hold out hope because, man, that would require a lot of luck. Some of which I would want for other purposes, like for pulling tomorrow's gacha, but that's still pretty good. I don't like any of my options here. Should I how many date events have I done? Only 1. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. Actually, let me search. Hold on. Maybe I do know this song. Whoa, no, don't. My mouse has gone away. Oh, Sukiyaki. Do I know this song? Do I know this song? Hold on, let me play this on the good old YouTubes. It's an old song that basically served as a hope song post World War II. Maybe I have heard of this. Hold on, let me... I don't know. I don't know if that's coming off. I don't know if that's playing through the stream, but hopefully not. We'll see. You don't hear anything? Okay, good. I feel like I heard this before. I feel like I heard this melody before, but like maybe I might have heard of it at one point. But okay, interesting. Interesting. Today I learned a lot of things today. I mean, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I been through. Today was quite a day. Let's just say, both in a good and a bad way. Let me tell you what, for sure, it has been quite the day. Yeah, in an effort to try and go out and actually do more stuff, I did go out and do stuff, but let me tell you, man, sometimes, I'll just put it this way, public transportation, as much as I love the idea of public transportation, oh man, sometimes it can get pretty rough. I'll just say that. Guess you can say Shino's week has been special. Ooh, ha 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 ha. Jokes. Funny joke. Also, hey, Commander Ace Fox, welcome. Insert air group move down. Awful, nice nature wheeze. Rudolph would be proud. Rudolph would be so proud of you. Yeah, no, what was I gonna say? Yeah, so, I guess and I'll go into detail because obviously, you know, what else am I gonna do? Just talk about this game? Ha ha ha. It's like, nah, but I went out and there was a book festival around here. I can be pretty, it was a big festival, so like I can be a bit more specific. It was around the campus of USC, which I haven't been to that area, so it's the first time I kind of walked around that area. The weather was actually decently, it was kind of hot, weather update. It's kind of hot, but it was nice, you know, if you're into shade. The nice thing about the weather here is like, the sun can be pretty hot if you're like in there, but if you're in the shade, generally it's a lot cooler for whatever reason for the most part, unless it's like 100 degrees or something, but it was only like 80, so it's pretty good, you know, just be in the shade, don't have to stay in the sun for too long. The campus was good, I guess. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I am biased. I'm not gonna say which school I came from, but let's just say it is a rival of USC, so I always refer to USC. If you don't know what USC is, it's University of Southern California. Yeah, USC, I've always referred to them as the University of Spoiled Children, because fuck USC, especially fuck USC as a sports fan too, because if you're not familiar, USC and UCLA, they all used to be part of kind of this, college sports, college athletics used to be part of like a regional conferences, right? Like groupings of teams that were based on regions, like the Pacific region, like the Midwest, those are their actual names, but like that's kind of the general idea, right? It's like Midwest schools are in the Big Ten, the Pacific schools are in like the West Coast schools are like the Pac-12, that's the conference name, ACC, Atlantic Coast Conference, you can kind of guess where that's coming from, so on and so forth. But unfortunately, the recent kind of wave of like money, it's basically all money is the reason, has been made the case that all these Pacific schools, mainly USC and UCLA, now have decided to move to the Big Ten. And then their move kind of caused the Pac-12 to collapse. So now we got teams who are in California who now play in the Atlantic Coast Conference. How does that make sense? I don't know. I still hate it. It's still so stupid. So I blame USC and UCLA for that, because it is kind of their fault for leaving the Pac-12 and just being like bye, and then just moving to the Big Ten, and so fuck them, and they're not even doing that well in their conference anymore anyway. So anyway, sports aside, fuck USC and also fuck UCLA too. But campus was good. Campus was beautiful. I guess it was nice weather too. My Rudolph barometer has exploded. Oh, don't you worry about that. Wait until You've only told one joke. If this is a Rudolph barometer, there's going to be a lot more jokes that you need to tell before that explodes. Also, what should I do? I should probably just get that going. Okay. But the reason why I was talking about public transportation was because I took the train over there, because I was thinking, like, I'm not driving over, because don't get me wrong, I like driving, but like trying to find parking anywhere in like most areas, especially probably there where there's gonna be a lot of people, because there were a lot of people at that festival. So trying to find parking there would have probably ended up being even worse, honestly. But unfortunately, the train that I did end up taking was delayed, I don't know why. I couldn't hear the announcements. They were like, oh, sorry for the delay, but that was literally what it sounded like. So I was like, great. I don't know what that. I don't know why we're delayed, but we are. So I love that for us. But yeah, so that was cool. And so it took me what, like 2 hours to get there, when normally it would have taken like half that amount of time, which still was a decent amount. But I was fine with that. You know, whatever. You know, it is what it is. But that was pretty brutal. And then what made it also worse was that going back was kind of the same experience too, because so they had all of us kind of gather on one side of the platform for whatever reason, because one of the trains was like, I guess, broken. And then apparently, like, okay, the train went away, and it's like, okay, great, now we're all kind of crowded together in the one section of the platform. But then the next train, or like the train that we were waiting for, is arriving, but it arrives in the other platform, and they're like, oh wait, okay, sorry, it's like, oh, everybody go over there now. It's just like, okay, great, why did we all just pile in this one section? Well, we could have just it's like, I don't understand why they just put us all in that section only for, you know, the trains to actually resume normally anyway. And it's just like, excuse me? So that just ended up, and then I had to wait 10 minutes for the next train to come anyway, because then it's just like everybody, because the rush of people having to like go into the like the next platform was just like, you know, it took, you know, because I was on all the way in the other side, so I had to go all the way around to get to the other side of the platform. So I couldn't make that train, so I had to wait until the next train showed up. Not a good time, not a good time. So I was so tired by the time I came back home. So yeah, it's been quite a journey. I had a boba, and I had another drink too, because I was like, I'm tired. I need all the caffeine and sugar rush that I can get. So I'm kind of hopped up on sugar at this point right now. So we'll see how long it takes before I crash. But right now I'm still feeling the effects. You know, the ooh yeah, sugar high, you know, all that fun stuff. Should I do a dreams? No, dreams are for losers. Let's do... I'm thinking. I'm trying to strategize right now. I guess I'll do this. Love taking light range trails. It's a vibe. I love trains too, honestly. Like, when I lived in Chicago, one of the things I loved about living in Chicago was the fact that I lived really close to one of the kind of metro subway stations. I guess the thing about Chicago, if you don't know, it's famous for the subway. Not all the subway, but like a good majority of it is above ground. Like, that's why they call it the L, the EL. Pronounces L. It's like the elevated train system. And it's kind of really famous for that too, because the downtown area of Chicago is called the Loop, literally because like the train system, or like the kind of the L trains all go in a loop. Like, if you look at a map of Chicago, like the railway system, you can see there's like a little loop of kind of stations around that downtown area that then expand out to like all different regions around. So I love me some public transportation for sure. Like, I know the LA Metro, I mean, don't get me wrong, LA's public transportation is not anywhere near as good as it should be, but they are definitely working on it. I know there's expansions going on right now. I know they're going to expand another line pretty soon. In fact, I know this because I bought a shirt. They were selling, the official Metro, I guess, Transportation Association was selling t-shirts. And so the lines are all kind of named after letters, like A, B, C, D, all that stuff. So the D line is the line that's being expanded. And so they were selling t-shirts that were like, had a slogan that said "Ride the D." And so I was like, oh my god, I have to get this shirt. It's amazing. Hold on. I gotta show y'all an example of it, because I think it's hilarious. And it sold out pretty quickly too. Like, people were really into it. And yeah, I was also into it as well. 404 not found. Fuck me. No, it should be there. Hold on a minute. No. Oh, here it is. Yeah, there we go. And they, yeah, so it got so popular that it sold out, but then they recently restocked it, and so I bought it, and I have the shirt right now. So I will, and I know the line's about to open soon, so I think it's opening early May. So when that happens, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna wear that shirt, and I'm gonna be like, yes, I'm ready to ride the D. Let's go. Here, I got it open. Let me just We'll take a little bit of a break here as I go do this shit real quicko. Where is it? Yeah, I was like, that's hilarious. And then they also added more shirts as well. So here, where's the D one? Wait, is it sold out already? I don't see it here. No, wait, where is it? Oh man. Oh, where? Oh, here it. Yes, it's here. It's here. Oh, it is. It's already sold out again. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, it's this one. Ride the D. That's come on, man. You gotta buy that shirt. That's a shirt Rudolph would wear. Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, there's all sorts of different puns here too as well. So like, explore the E, just take the J, see you later, ride like a G, case. But like most of these aren't really as good as like ride the D. Like I think that one's peak. But they did try with a lot of the other ones here, like A-list ride, see you later. What was B? Let it be. These are they're doing a good job with that. But yeah, that was I was like, I had to buy that as soon as they restocked it, and they did. And now I guess it's already out of stock again, so I guess they'll have to restock it another time. But that's my life, I guess. My life in the last week or so. Love me some public transportation, you know? Especially with the Olympics coming soon here, or not soon, but like in the next 2 years, right? Because it's coming 2028. I know they're trying to expand out as many of the lines as they can for that. So they say that that and like one of the other extensions is gonna be done by then, but I kind of doubt it. Knowing if you know about U.S. I guess infrastructure construction projects, historically they never really get done in the time that they are planned for, just because of all the bureaucracy and stuff. But we'll see if it actually works out. Again, highly doubt it, but yeah, maybe someday. Okay, but anyway, let's actually focus on what we're doing here, which is playing this game. I think we're at a pretty good pace right now, honestly. Like, we already have 8 dirt for Ines. If we can just get one final push for that, that would really put this over the top. And then we'll see whether the stats can also line up as well. But so far, I think the decision to replace Dansu with Shakur is already really working out. I mean, that Air Shakur stamina card is way good. And I figure, because Dansu's skill, I think, is not really a required skill to take, so I don't know why I ended up taking that over what I was doing. I don't know. Decisions sometimes. Probably, let's do this one. Get that going. Let me just get that going. Oopsies. There we go. Oh, Ines, why would you do such a thing? Why would you do this to me? I don't love any of these. Dreams. We'll dreams it up. Get some dreams going. Okay. Stamina. No, power is actually really lacking right now. We'll catch up on power. That's usually how we do the dreams post getting 455, which would have been, I guess, post that summer training, classic summer. I kind of just want to try and get these caught up more than anything, like some of these stats. Because ideally you try and just spam the speed training when you're doing the dreams, because the SP, the skill point you get is a lot better for those. But once you get 455, that kind of doesn't really make too much of a difference. But I think we're at a pretty good pace right now. Well, actually, I don't know, it's looking pretty... Oh, if I can get some of these to line up, I hate how they're all separate like this. But can we get two of these to line up? That would be ideal. Also, Yanko is way more ranked compared to the other two, which is also not great. Oh my gosh, what is this? What am I looking at? Kind of want to do... I'm gonna take a risk here. I'm gonna use my dreams. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna again catch up on power here. Here we're good. Okay, I just need what, three more whatever you call those skill up things Okay, moment of truth. This inheritance is going to be super important. Give me your energy. Pink factor. Yes, yes, another pink factor. Medium, 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 medium. You know what? S dirt is still good. I would absolutely still take this. If the stats end up lining up really well, I think this could be our ace, right? Not ace, but this could be a contender right here. I think this is the first time I've gotten like S dirt. That's kind of crazy, going from B to S. The inheritances really just need to line up there, and that actually did work out. So yippity doodah, as they say, as nobody says. Nobody unironically has said that in about 40 years, but that's fine. Sure. I still need to do one more date event. I think I have one left, so maybe this might be a good opportunity for that. Yeah, let's do it. Do the date event. I know I'm wasting potential energy gain, but frankly, I don't really care about that. Okay. Oh, that's clutch. That's super clutch. We love that. Okay, what is that? 2 more? I just need 2 more to show up, which I think actually might be able to happen, maybe? Yeah, there's a possibility. There is a very... Oh, wait, hold on. I may have just actually screwed myself by doing that. Oh, shoot. Wait. I need luck to show up once again, because I need both. I think, who was it? Marsh and whoever the other person was? I don't even know who the other Uma was. I need both Marsh and Love to show up in the same training, so let's hope that happened. It did not happen. Cool, I love that for me. Ah, gosh, dang it. Gosh, dang it. Okay, wow. That's unfortunate. Now the question is, do I go for the speed or the wit? Speed, I guess. Dang it. Well, we're not, I mean, I guess we're not going to get the 858. It's just going to be 758. But honestly, I've had good runs with 758 anyway. I mean, 858 is just a nice bonus. Not really that important. I've said it before, 455 is the most important one to hit. 858 is just kind of a nice to have. But that is... Oh, that's so unfortunate. Man. I think I'm gonna be like, what, 1 point short then? Let's see. 17... Oh wait! No, I might actually have it then. Hold on. Did I miscalculate? I might miscalculate there. Oh wait, okay, no, we're... Oh... I'm an idiot. Sorry. Turns out I'm very stupid, and we did have the 858. Okay. Why did I think that I was 1 point short? Hold on. Run that back a little bit. Oh, you know what? I only needed 2, not... Because, yeah, if we transfer Yonkos over, that would be like UF, UG... Okay, so that was enough. Okay. I was worried for nothing. Haha. It was all just a prank. It's joke. Okay, great. So that's good. The only thing I'm a little worried about now is trying to get all of these stats to be good, which if I can get some good trainings going could happen, but I don't know about that one. I'll use one of my dreams right now just to get this going, I guess. That's still not enough speed. I definitely need to do at least 1 more good speed training. 1 or 2 more. And that can happen without a dream. I just need that to kind of line up. No. These are all pretty iffy. Let's just go for another. I'm taking the risk here. I know I could just accept it, but I think a really good, powerful training is about to show up here soon, so I'm gonna take a risk. Okay, so that should be good now for the speed, because I do need to end up doing some weight training anyway. So, okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. We'll take that. Yeah, because I need 1600 wit. That's the pretty much the hard requirement at this point. So my requirements are what? Max speed, 1600 not 600 stamina, 1600 wit, and enough stamina. Which did I already get Shakur's gold stamina recovery skill? I don't think so, because yeah, this skill is completely useless for the CM because there's no hills. Did I already get it? I don't think I did. I did not. Okay, that's not really ideal. That's something I would consider not ideal. But, and speaking of not ideal, man, it's just not gonna give me anything, huh? Okay, well... decisions. Yeah, at this point, I'm a little bit iffy about taking another Dreams this early. That's not horrible, 33. But that's not great, and there's no other good options, because that's whatever, and that's horrendous, so... I think I might just take the Dreams here. And then leave myself with like one more within the last 4 turns. Now, if I'm going to be doing Dreams here, I guess I might do it on the... Historically speaking, I've been getting good wit trainings more than the power trainings, and also the stamina is still kind of really iffy, honestly. Stamina, I guess. Alright. Really just trying to predict what's going to happen. Similar to how we're predicting what's about to happen an hour from now when the gacha gets released. Yeah, see, well, that's still not great. At this point, though, kinda think I have to take this one. And hope that we get some better ones in the next 3 turns. Please? Please? That's not what I want to see either. What is going on there? That's not bad, but I don't really need power or not power speed at this point. I know the difference between the two. But I guess I can take what I can get. I don't think this is at this rate, this is not going to end up being a US. Not that I really think that's a strict requirement, but... Oh, see, that's good. Okay, see, that's actually good. I wish that would have shown up earlier. Okay, now I have to take the Dreams here. Watch this last one have something that's actually good, though. See, that would have been good to have earlier, but, you know, I have to take the Dreams, because that's still going to be better. Okay. Let's see. Oh, Wit is not great, but frankly, none of these are either. But I think I have to take the Wit here. Yeah, because then that's going to get me to 1600. Yeah. Not ideal. Man. Okay, well... Yeah, let's do that. BC Turf featuring nobody, because nobody races in this. Everybody's in their own races. We got Marsh with the Distaff, Yonko with the Classic, Loves with the Philly and Mare Turf, and then Ines with the Turf. Let's do it. Marsh without her puppet, now she has it. Yonko with her Yonkos, and she did it. Loves with her Loves, and she did that. And now we got Ines with her Fujins. Easy victory. Easy win, easy does it, and that's how you do it. Alright. See how it is ended up finalies. Again, I don't think this is, well, at least we got the max speed. That's we got max speed, we did get 1600 on the wit side of things. Stamina and power aren't that bad. I really do wish it was a bit more maxed out, like 1600. That would probably push it over the edge. But we got S dirt. Sorry, that's my words. Ideally would have liked the S medium, but that's really just kind of pushing it more than anything. So now I'll just take all my skills here, and we'll just see how we ended up doing in terms of the rating. And what the heck? And then see if we can just move on to other characters that I need to train, like Falco and Acute. That's the other character I'm trying to train. I guess if Marsh is going to come out in the next gacha, then I guess I'll really try and push to train her and get her ready, because that would be kind of cute. But we'll just have to see. That's all the drinks I just drank. That's all. They're just coming back up. Okay. Let me just focus on getting the gold skills first, making sure I get all these, and then on that one at least. And then we'll fill in the gaps. Okay, turns out I don't have that many gold skills. That's not ideal. I guess I didn't get as many of the skills to activate as I wanted, which is you can't have everything. If there's anything I learned from playing this game for 5+ years, is that you're not going to get everything you want in life and in this game. So You just have to live with it. You gotta learn to compromise. Unless you want to do 20 runs a day or something. And get the perfect Uma that you need for your event. Frankly, I don't do that because I have a life outside of this game, so I'm not gonna do that. But with that being said, I already have spent all of my points. So I guess I'll just use them on random shit now. Like this one, and this one. Great, love that for me. Okay. Predictions, I think this is probably like a UA5 maybe. I hope it is, because that honestly might be good enough. I think I have to accept the fact that CM is quickly approaching. But I guess we can just keep on trying, because I really do want to get a real good Ines. But at the end of the day, I think my Falco is probably going to end up being the, UA4. My Falco is going to end up being my ace, because she is the most powerful character for this CM, so... Probably want to get her in a good spot. Man, I'm a little bit salty. I got such good inheritances on the dirt side, but didn't get the good ratings. Okay. But with that being said, let's try again. Try again. Okay. Let's continue on the Ines train. Let's see if we can't get a better rating here. And move from there. Tokyo. But yeah, going back to the stuff I did today, the book fair was fine. It was actually pretty interesting. You know, there's a lot of stalls. That was like I said, it was very busy, so a lot of people. But it wasn't actually too horribly, but it wasn't like, you know, like horrible crowds where it's like you couldn't move anywhere. There was a thing that I went to. This was like a couple of weeks ago. There was like I don't know, it was like supposed to be like a flea market. Worst crowd I've ever been in my life. It was like in a little kind of mall area. And you could not move anywhere. Like the line to get into the escalator was bad. It's just like trying to get out of the escalator too is like people were stuck there, so it's like there was a danger of trying to get off of that. It felt like a fire hazard. It was bad. So that was the worst of it, and it wasn't even a good like flea market anyway. I think the whole reason why it was so crowded was because it was themed as like a Studio Ghibli flea market. It really wasn't. I'm not gonna lie. There was nothing about it that was really Ghibli related. It was like, oh, there's a cardboard cutout of freaking Totoro, and I guess some stickers of like some other characters, and that's it. Like there was like the stalls weren't even like themed to be. It was pretty disappointing. Luckily, I didn't go there just for that. Otherwise, I would have been a lot more disappointed. But yeah, it was not a good time because it was over in Little Tokyo. So at least I was able to kind of just do more other stuff. Like I think that was the same day I got my little Ines kind of acrylic stand here. So there was that. The positive from that, but otherwise it was not a good time. Not a good time. It's times like those when you think, like, man, we really need less people in the world. Really need to just be like the good old the Thanos snap and just get rid of half the population, but really solve a lot of the world's issues. Not gonna lie, no, that's not the best thing to say, but like sometimes you really think about that, you know, because it's like, damn, there are a lot of people in this world, maybe too many people, draining resources quickly and all that. But that's a topic for another day, in another platform. Also, wow, Espo is not looking good. I need to get her up a little bit. I'm too focused on trying to get Yonko to Friendship Rainbow Fun Times. I guess, you know, this actually works out. There we go. That is actually perfect. Because now I think at least Espo should be able to get to the next rank after this. As long as I do 2 of my Dreams trainings. Which I should. I don't know why I wouldn't. Hello? I did not click on that. Okay. Hey, look at that. That's pretty good. Please tell me that should be good. Nope, I need one more. I need one more final push to get Yonko up to Yonko. Ooh, date event. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's a good start. Alright, Yonko, where you at? There you at. Yeah, there we go. Uh-oh, I'm about to sneeze, maybe? Hold on, hold on. No, it's fine. Oh, it's that feeling when the sneeze is coming, but it isn't. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, Yonko, are you ready to show us your moves? Yonko Ebayon, as I like to call. Hell yeah, brother. This one, because the top option gives me energy, which I don't actually need right now. Give me my dreams. Give me some dreams. I need my dreams. Dreams it up. Also, I forgot that the Lakers were playing today, so luckily they don't play until, I guess they're playing right now, but they weren't playing until 5:30. Man, imagine if they were playing 2 o'clock or whatever time I was around that area. That would have been horrible, because I'm sure a lot of people use that train, because there's a station that's right next to the arena. I don't know, it's crypto.com arena or whatever, which, yeah, gross, hated. But yeah, that would have been bad. Just trying to deal with those crowds. I can tell you right now, from my limited experience of dealing with public transportation in sports stadiums crowds, it can get pretty bad. Actually, funny enough, now that I think about it, that's actually a majority of my experiences. I feel like I've only had like a limited number of experiences, because like trying to get out and in and out of the like sports stadiums and like parking lots and stuff around sports stadiums with cars is so much worse. I think that's just an absolute nightmare. Because sure, you're in your own car, so it's like then you can, you know, chillax, but then you're trapped with all the other cars that are trying to get out. At least with public transportation, sure, it may get crowded, but then it's just like, you know, it's moving a much bigger mass of people more efficiently. So like I feel like whenever I try to go anywhere like those sports events like public transit, just because I think it's a lot less of a headache to try and get out of those things. But otherwise I'm just like, well, I guess I'm just stuck here for the next 30 minutes to an hour. I love post-game traffic. Oh yeah, tell me about it. I remember, I think the last Brewers games I went to, because the thing about the Brewers, the stadium over there, is that they don't have any good public transportation options. It's literally just surrounded by parking lots. And it's not even close to like Milwaukee. It's like kind of off the highway. So the times I've been there, I've always driven. So it's not good, because it's like, you know, obviously with the tens of thousands of people that are trying to leave the stadium at a time, it gets pretty crowded. So, and then, of course, there's always the option to leave early, I guess, but it's just like, why would you do that to yourself? You know, I kind of understand the motivation of people leaving early to beat the traffic, but I mean, you paid for the game, you might as well just stay for the whole time, right? It's just like that's always been my mindset. But no, I've had great memories of just after the game, just standing there waiting for all the other cars to leave. Meanwhile, I guess the last game I went to at Dodger Stadium, the nice thing about that is they have the kind of the little bus that they can, or like the I guess shuttle, as what they call it. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to think. Do this. They have the transit option available that drops you off to another station, which is really nice. I used that the time I went to the Dodgers game, that playoff game. The infamous playoff game when I watched Shohei Ohtani hit 3 home runs and pitch 7 shutout innings, and then wallow in despair as I watched the Brewers once again get eliminated from the playoffs. My favorite. But at least I got to witness history. That was pretty cool, I guess. Sure, that was really fun. Fun for me. I loved it. But what was pretty cool about that, though, is I remember after getting back, or not after getting back, but like going back after the game, I ran into another Brewers fan, and we were talking, and I was like talking with the dude, and like getting to know, it's like, oh yeah, it's this kid, and he's like learning about how he's a student at UCLA, but he is like, he grew up in the area, but his family's from Wisconsin, that's why he's a Brewers fan, and he's just like kind of talking about that, and talking all the shit about, oh god, of course it's the Dodgers, you know, they spent $300 million in their payroll, of course they were going to win, blah blah blah. It's like we were at a disadvantage, but it was a good conversation, you know. It's just like all that fun stuff there. Nice thing sometimes is just kind of getting to know people around you. I mean, I usually go to these things alone, like sports games and stuff. I'm not the most social person, so I don't go out of my way to be like, hey, nice to meet you, like, oh, where are you from? But, like, it usually ends up being the case that I can, like, or, like, whoever I sit next to is usually kind of friendly enough to be like, hey, like, oh, because it's, like, usually I'm, like, wearing the opposite team, like, cap. Usually I'm like a Brewers fan visiting against the Dodgers, so they're like, oh, are you from Wisconsin? It's like, oh, you used to be, or stuff like that, blah, 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 and it's just like, get into fun conversations there, but, yeah, it's nice. Nice, interacting with all the fans and stuff, getting to meet people, be social, you know, try to do more of that nowadays. MLB needs the salary cap. Oh, tell me about it. Tell me about it. I think if the Dodgers win this World Series again this year, I think that's really just going to put the whole issue in the front table. It's just like, yeah, if they can just buy players like that, it's just like, it's just not fair for the small market teams. But then it gets to the whole issue of, well, if you have a salary cap, then you need a salary floor, and then it's just like, wow, okay, but then will the cheapo owners like the friggin' A's and the Pirates agree to that and all that stuff, and then it just gets into the whole thing there. And then the whole thing with the salary cap is then the players, you know, the top end players aren't going to get paid the mega deals that they are, and then they're probably going to complain about that and blah, blah, blah. So that's why I'm not looking forward to after this season with the impending lockout, because I'm sure that's going to be a big topic among other things. So enjoy baseball while you can, because I think next season it's gonna be a while before we get more of that. But you know, it's still April, so we got plenty of months until we have to worry about the repercussions of all that. So, fun times ahead. Meanwhile, Mariners lost Polanco and Suarez because we couldn't afford them. Which is kind of crazy, because the Mariners aren't really necessarily like a small market team. I guess they're obviously not like, you know, like Dodgers, Yankees, like Mets levels of like money, but it's just like they can still afford like good play. Like they at least extended like Naylor, you know, there was one thing about that, which is something, but yeah, they couldn't afford to keep everybody, which seems like that's kind of stupid. But and then meanwhile, the Dodgers, you know, it's like, oh, we don't even need an outfielder, sign one of the best free agents in the market, at Kyle Tucker, to a friggin' massive deal, because of course they can, because fuck you, why not? I love baseball, man. They're so cheap, even the Ichiro statues made out of cardboard. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I love the video reveal of that. It's just like they were pulling back, and it's just like, oh, a bit bent over, and it's just like, classic Mariners. It's like, of course. Well, you can take solace in the fact that they aren't like the Pirates or anything. I mean, I guess the Pirates did extend, who is it, Connor Griffin? So they're making some improvements in that regard, but like, it's crazy how you see some teams that, you know, barely even give out like free agent contracts. Like the Brewers, for example, it's like it's pretty much going to be a foregone conclusion. Like Bryce Turang has gotten so good that it's pretty much unfortunately becoming the conclusion that he's not going to be extended to a deal, because he's going to be way out of their price market, which sucks, because like he's such a good player. It's just like, man, it's just like, it's gotten to a point now where I can't stay attached to players for too long, because they're going to just end up being shipped off and like go off to free agency and sign mega deals with all the other big market teams and whatever. With the exception of a few players like Churio and Yelich. I mean, Yelich we're kind of stuck with, for better or for worse, but you know, Churio at least signed a deal, you know, so that's pretty nice. I mean, at least they're doing stuff like that, where it's like signing before they even make the major leagues, and then in that way be like, hey, you know, let's just try and take the risk of that. I mean, there is the risk, obviously, of them not panning out, and then kind of not, the contracts being kind of whatever, but so far, at least, it's been working out, you know, between Ashby and, like, Aaron Ashby and Jackson Churio, and I guess now we have Cooper Pratt, which I guess we'll see whenever he comes up to the major league team, but for now, at least, it's been mildly successful in that regards. But yeah, sports. I mean, yeah, like I said, NBA playoffs fully in effect now, starting. I'm not going to pay too much attention. I think, yeah, ever since the Bucks have been kind of I have not really been paying attention to basketball this season because the Bucks have just been a dumpster fire. I'm again so glad they fired their coach. But I think the future is looking pretty bleak. I think Giannis is already 1 foot out the door, so kind of expecting the trade anytime now, or anytime this offseason. It's okay. He did. At least we got 1 championship out of it. It's more than some other players can say. Chris Paul, but yeah, it's been the world so far. How has this run? We haven't gotten the first inheritance event. Okay, so that's already not a thing just yet, so don't have to worry about that. Let's hope we can continue the good RNG. Get the date event going. I also do need to focus. The thing about these streams is sometimes I get into the whole, get in too deep about whatever I'm talking about, that I'm just kind of playing this game on autopilot, and then I kind of don't pay attention to what I'm actually doing, which is probably not the greatest idea. So I need to pay semi-attention to what I'm doing at least, and make sure that I'm making the correct decisions before making horrible mistakes. Okay, well, what is with the mood down events today, man? That's like the 4th one I've seen today. Ooh, I guess I have to take this. Have to. I mean, all 3 of them showed up. That's pretty rare whenever that happens. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Drum roll. Please give me some pink factors. Pink factors. Pink factors. Ooh, 1, 2. Okay, you know what? You know what? A. We've already gotten the A dirt. This is just like last time. Oh, spicy, spicy. This is looking very good. Very good start so far. Can't say so much for the stat side of things, but that can be caught up pretty quickly. Man, this is terrible. I think I might want to do dreams here, or maybe I can do. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I can just do a get Marsh all the way up and then get that ready. Let's get that going. Everything going on in the world, I'd like to hide in my Uma bubble and enjoy what I can and ignore what I don't have control of. Yeah, I mean, that's honestly a pretty good mindset to have. That's always been my mindset, is like, there's so much going on in the world, all these things being thrown at you. Really what it comes down to is only really worry about what you can control, because if you worry about like everything else, it's just like, you can't do anything about it, you're just going to get yourself worked up on that. So really just gotta just focus on what you can do, and then what you can change, and hopefully other things will follow from that. The optimist side of me saying that. Sometimes I have to remind myself of that, because sometimes I'm just like, oh, I'm stressing out about some stuff, and then I have to realize, well, I don't necessarily have any control over that, so let's just stop worrying about that and put that on the back burner, I guess, lack of a better term. Let my work talk kind of brain rot me into saying stuff. Okay, well that's why with the mood downs. I guess that's the trade-off of having such good luck, but honestly, if that is the trade-off, I guess I'll take it. If the trade-off is I get good pink inherits or pink factors for the fact that I just keep getting all these mood downs, not the worst thing in the world, considering I can get my mood up pretty easily with all the different events that can happen in the scenario and the game, so I'll take it, I guess, but it's still kind of annoying. Espo. Actually, wait, yeah, Espo. Yeah, because that stamina, as always, that's by design. I'm just like, the stamina ain't looking too good, but that's my fault, because I've made it that way. Because, like I said, pre-455, I really want to focus on just getting all my dreams training on speed, because you see the difference between that and the rest of these is so much. You get like, what, 60 more SP compared to the rest of them. It's like, it's like, you gotta go for that. You gotta go for it. It becomes not much of a big deal post 455, but right now at least, yeah, definitely need as much SP as you can, especially with all the skill cards, the new skill cards giving 2 gold skills nowadays. It's like you really need as much skill points as you can get. It really comes at a... It feels like it's still a lot, but it's like, nah, you still really need a lot. Well, shit, y'all. I think this run's over. I think this run is over. We somehow... How did I not get... What happened? Oh, I did not get the 455. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright, this runs rip. This runs rip, y'all. Unfortunately. Not what you want to see. Not what you want to see. Oh well. I'll just take my scheduled L. I'll just continue we'll just continue this run. You know, why not? I'll just get it for all the beans. I swear the Mariners have a 4-run lead right now in the 9th, and there are runners in 3rd and 2nd. They let it run through. Oh no, it's happening again. It's happening again. Oh no. They loaded the bases. Oh no. That's not what you want to see. That's not what you want to see if you're you, which you are, so that's not what you want to see at all. Unfortunate. Hate to see it. I think the Brewers won at least. That's good. I mean, they were playing the Marlins, so... But... Oh, I hate this. I really want to do this, but this would... This run is already kind of DOA, honestly. That's fine. Let's say this run's already kind of dead, so I don't really mind doing that. You know what? Yeah, I'm sorry. I know I had the inheritances. I know this may seem crazy. I got the inheritances, but I'm gonna... If I don't get that 455, historically my runs have just completely been terrible after those, so we're just gonna take our L and move on and try again. And hopefully I can tempt fate and get another good round of luck going. Not that I think that's going to happen, but maybe. You never know. Let's try. Let's try that out. Oh no. No, that's not what I meant to do. No. Okay. Next time, press the back button. And welcome back. Oh wait, C. I don't know why I thought B dirt rating was the one I had right now already. No, C dirt rating. Honestly, going from C to S was pretty clutch. I don't know if I can do that again. That's really tempting fate if I can do that. But I guess that's why we're here. We're just going to keep on trying until we can get it. Or until I give up and just move on to like Falco or somebody. Okay. Back at it again. Krispy Kreme. Here we go. Date event? No, that'd be amazing if I just immediately get the date event. Okay, Yonko, there we go. Give me the skill. Yes, give me 5. Yes, perfect. Love it. Love to see it. At least if the Mariners throw, they at the bottom of the 9th get it back. The benefit of being the home team. You know, if you blow the lead, at least you'll get some opportunities. Although blowing the lead is kind of a morale blow that kind of makes it hard to come back from, but you never know. Could happen. Okay, let's just continue down the Ebayan train. Yeah, let's just do that. And then hopefully get the date event, or I can do this and risk... Okay, I was gonna say risk being overweight or whatever. Nah, I'm gonna all in on Ebayan. All in on Yonko. All in. Put in all the chips. Yes. Yes? Yeah, that's fine. I do need to get Espo at one point, because otherwise I'm not gonna get excellent there, and that has ended runs in the past because I didn't pay attention to that. So I gotta make sure I get her at least one of these. Okay, there we go. That's easy enough. Never mind. There we go. We won. Thanks for locking in, Munoz. Hey, there we go. He finally figured it out. Finally got it. Not too bad. Okay, date event, please? Question mark. Date event? No. Okay, we'll do that at least. Date event? No. Take the 20. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that one. We'll do that one. Get Bourbon locked up as well, I guess, which is weird. Aha, date event. Perfect. This is beautiful. I love this. I love this for me. Oh wait, what am I doing? I have to use this one. Ended the 4-loss streak. Oh, I'm in a good mood. Nice. Love to see it. Meanwhile, the Mets have been, what, they're on a 10-game losing streak I saw. That's crazy. They are not off to a good start, which is kind of hilarious seeing how much money they spent. I'm not gonna lie, I feel a little bit of schadenfreude, seeing as how their GM, President Baseball, whatever, David Stearns is coming from the Brewers, and so you got poached from them, and seeing how he hasn't been doing too well for them. Meanwhile, the Brewers are still doing well with their current regime. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I feel a little bit of schadenfreude. It's like, you know, turns out maybe it's not that easy, huh? You know, when you get money, you think you can do it, and it turns out maybe not. Who would have thought? Sucks to suck. The same way I feel when the Cubs stole our manager, and it turns out that actually was a good thing, because it turns out Red Council's actually kind of maybe a little bit overrated, maybe, and Pat Murphy's actually really good. So, thank you, Cubs. Thank you, Scrubs. Love you for doing that. Also, yeah, the Brewers are on a 4-game winning streak, so that's makes up for the fact that they were on a 6-game losing streak. You know, it's a game of streaks. You know, you go from a 6-game losing streak to a 4-game winning streak. I think at some point, I think the Brewers started off with like a winning streak as well. So it's just been a very streaky team so far. And it's how it be sometimes. Like I said, it's a long season. I'm not paying attention to the standings until August at the earliest, honestly. Okay. But it still feels good to win. I'm not gonna deny that. You know, I'm not gonna say otherwise. I have to do this. I think that's the thing about this scenario is like, yes, I guess, you know, if you have a good rainbow training or like a good training, but then you have another one that has like more of the support cards, you probably want to honestly go for the support cards most of the time, because it's a lot more beneficial to have these guys kind of higher level, so that then you can have these gauges kind of more higher level. So really, it's the fine balancing act. That's why I think it took so long for me to figure this scenario out, was because, you know, the first few runs it was kind of really just like, do I do the rainbow trainings or do I do like these other trainings? It's like really just one of those kind of fine balancing acts that you can only really figure out through kind of trial and error sort of thing, like practice. It's like all things in life, right? Practice makes perfect. You know, you can't just be good at something. It's like that freaking Adventure Time quote that, as much as I know it's probably repeated ad nauseum and kind of overstated, it is a good quote. The whole thing with like, you can't be sort of good at something without starting off sucking at something. I don't think that's the exact quote, but like, it's kind of that ethos, right? It's just like, you gotta start somewhere, right? And like, you're gonna probably suck at first, but eventually you'll get good, so look forward to that. Honestly, this is my favorite scenario so far. It's simple with a high ceiling. Yeah, I mean, I will say, I definitely prefer this over the Hot Spring scenario. The Hot Spring scenario, I never feel like I really got. Like, I always felt like I was just missing something. This one, at least, I've been able to get, like, and not recently, but there was a good point where I was getting consistent, like, US's. So it really did feel like I was getting a pretty good grasp of what to do. So, and it feels nice when I actually know what I'm doing. So, that helps. But yeah, I do feel like, as long as you kind of know general kind of patterns and stuff, it's as long as you kind of figure that out, then it's just like, yeah, you're pretty good, and your baseline really is kind of like a low UB. I felt like is kind of, or not low B, sorry, high UB has been like the lowest of the low I've gotten from this scenario. Generally, it's always been like a UA or above if it's been any halfway decent runs, so that's been nice in that regard. Not gonna lie, the Hot Spring scenario, I liked it at first, but I hated it towards the end of the lifespan. Same with the Unity Cup. Honestly, kind of the same. Yeah, I think I don't want to say the gimmick, but like seeing the Umas without their headgears and all that stuff was kind of cute at first, but then I realized it was kind of annoying with. It felt rigid, right? It felt like you really had to like do a certain set of hot springs, but even then it was just like, I don't know, I just felt like, again, something just felt off and missing. Like I wasn't using it to its full potential, so I'm glad at least with this one I kind of know what I'm doing. Kind of. Oof, 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 I don't love this. Maybe I might just do this and then the dreams? No, I kind of want to just... No, I'll do dreams right now. Let me try to rank all the scenarios I played. That would be a good exercise, at least for me, because play through all the, oh my god, that's gonna require me to have to really remember some of the scenarios, because it's been a long time for some of the scenarios, like some of the ones in the middle. Like the sports festival and the lark and all the other stuff there. I don't really remember how to play those anymore. It's been such a long time that I'd have to really maybe even play it once or something just to refresh my memories on them. But if you had to ask me what my favorite scenario is, that would be a good question. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Well, this is not my favorite. I'm gonna do something that may seem crazy. It's called a date event. And the reason I'm doing that is because then I can get Espo up. And then have her good. And then there's Lala over there. Oh, this is even worse. This is terrible. Okay. Well, at least we got Marudu-chan up to speed. I shouldn't do a data event because that's already going to be 3. Okay, here's another negative. That's like the 5th one today. Jeez. I have to do this. I have to do dreams. Okay. I was going to be like, oh, I'll take this one. No, I don't have an option. Okay. Okay, that should be enough. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter now, actually, so I shouldn't really care too much. What really matters, again, 455. So, like, everybody up to at least B rating from what I've seen. From what I've been seeing historically, that's generally what I need to get baseline before that's done. For most of the least favorite, it's Beyond Dreams, DIY, or DIY, Design Your Own Island, DYI? DYI, I guess, yeah. Yura, Mant, Hot Springs, Unity Cup. Interesting. Yeah, I'd have to go back, and I guess we can do this after, just after this scenario, or after this run, just to see all the different scenarios at play, because there's like, what, 13, 14 at this point? Well, off the top of my head, I can definitely say I think Mant is by far my least favorite, just because of the time commitment and the fact that it still kind of suffers from the RNG kind of pitfalls and such. And also on a more emotional scale, I just don't like having to put my Umas through all that. I know that's a stupid reason, but I can't play that scenario while I'm listening to that scenario. I have to play it on mute. Even then, I can still see my Umas being all sad and mad and stuff, so it doesn't really help me. But I guess the other question then is, like, if I was to rate it, I guess I'd have to do it pre some of the improvements, because I know with the Euro Finals and the Unity Cup, at least, like, those two have changed since they came out in the English version, or since they initially came out, at least on the Japanese side, so... Not that I think they would make a big difference, yeah, not that I think they would make a big difference in the rankings, but it does change things a little bit, I guess. So I guess I have to consider that. But I at least remember, and it helps that I've played them now in the English version, that I have a good grasp of remembering, like, what, you know, what is sort of been, what it was like kind of pre-improvements and stuff, so it's not really going to play a huge factor again. I just like this, like, Unity Cup because of all the RNG from the many different Umas appearing, then losing a big race, and then the run just goes to crap. Yeah, I feel like what they tried to do with Unity Cup, it just kind of, the problem with that is, like, I can see what they were trying to go for with the whole idea of having like a different aspects of the scenario. Like it was the first non-Euro final scenario, right? So they were trying to be a little bit different with like, oh, let's just not do the standard race requirements and then the trainings and that. Let's try and add a different gimmick to it. It just felt like it didn't really pan out very well because, to your point, yeah, the RNG can really mess you up between not only just your trainings but also then your supports appearing where they want to, and so it just did not work a good amount of the times there. Beyond Dreams, however, basically fixed all the problems I had with Uni Cup. Yeah, I think the Dreams training definitely helped. Oh, here we go. Yeah, the Dreams training definitely helps for sure. Oh, gold. Okay, pink, 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 please, pink, one. Okay, no pinks. That's tragic. That's not what we want to see. Now, here's the thing. We could still, and this is me copying, but we could still get it in the second inheritance. At least getting the inheritances there. Oh, that's so tragic though. I didn't even get one. I just wanted one, man. But oh man, that's unfortunate. Well, that's disappointing. I'll just take this one. Dreams training and the date event, leveling up your teammates too. Yeah, that also kind of helps. I mean, no, that really helps for sure. That's definitely saved runs. Ugh. I don't like this. You know what that means. It's time for dreams. Yeah, again, I need to get all of these up to B. So I think I should be good unless I royally screw up the next 2 turns, which I don't think is going to happen because I think I still have one more dreams training. So we should be good. We should be good. Just keep telling yourself, we should be good. We should be good. I know I really tempted fate by ending the... I kind of deserve this by ending that, by like spitting in the face of luck and being like, oh, you give me A dirt again? And it's like, no, I don't like it because it turns out you didn't give me the 455 I needed, so I'm just gonna say no to that. And then they're being like, well, you say no to that? I guess I'm not gonna give you that anymore. At least that's what I tell myself. That's how I cope. Okay. But we'll see. Okay, no, that should be enough. That should be actually more than enough for what we need. 30 energy, or not 30, 30 speed is what I meant, but I guess that's 15 now. Dreams. I mean, from an aesthetic standpoint, in terms of favorite scenario, I would say by far, I think the cooking scenario is my favorite. Not mechanic-wise or gameplay-wise, but like just like overall aesthetic. Between all of them cooking and the cute reactions to the food and the chibi, the good use of chibis, like this, I guess, but like even more so. I really love that scenario. I had fond memories of it for sure. But I don't know on the gameplay side if it was really that good. So I would have to say, and this is probably recency bias speaking, but if I had to say, I would say probably this scenario in terms of the gameplay has probably been one of my favorites so far. Doesn't help, or it doesn't hurt that I've been getting pretty good results from it, but... And again, I'd have to really think about it to really give a good answer, but at least that's my initial thoughts. Yeah, I have to. Okay, now that we got the 4, 5, 5 fun times, I can start focusing on catching up some of the stuff like the stamina, which is not looking my favorites. Well, you know what I have to do here. Here we go. I can't wait for Man to end, but Grand Life, when I played in JP, I was so confused on what was going on. And I'm trying to remember what the Grand Life scenario was like. Oh, okay. From my very, very distant memories, it was the one where you had to, and I'm gonna risk this 15%. Okay, thank you. It was the one where you had to, oh, man. I remember something along the lines of selecting songs, getting parameters that way, and having like a set list of things to perform for like each of the kind of every 6 months or so. But yeah, it's been years since I played that, so I also have no clue how to play that scenario again. I'm just gonna be glad when we, again, I mean, I am certified hater of Mant, that I'm just gonna be glad when we move away from it, and I can actually start doing runs that aren't gonna take like 40 minutes at a minimum. I time myself too, like I've had to do quite a few runs recently for the recent events that just ended actually today, so that's why I had to kind of finish that on a quick note. And I timed myself trying to do it as fast as possible, and even then, it took me 40 minutes to try and finish the run, and I'm just sitting there like, yeah, that's Mant. So, I love that, thank you. On the bright side, I did at least get a pretty good Seiyun Sky S+, so I guess that's good, but I think I'm good with Uma for now, on the English side, now that I don't have to worry about that anymore. Although Ines is coming in about week and a half, 12 days, so T-minus 12 days until then, which that would mean, hold on, what day is the 30th? She's coming out on the 30th, I think, right? So that is a Thursday, so I guess set your calendars for that, because I'm going to guaranteed be streaming on that day, and we're going to be streaming Ines runs for that. I will guarantee that much. You have to like level up songs and stuff. I was so confused what songs to pick and other things. Yeah, and I think there was like a recommended order. I don't remember if there was like a strict thing you had to do, but I think with the RNG playing a role, there was it's kind of hard to really have like a strict order of things that you need to do. Can't wait for the Ines stream. I am also very excited to finally be able to read her scenario and really get an understanding for her. And really confirm whether she is my favorite character, or, shocker, if she actually may not be a favorite character, and then maybe somebody like Datsu can overtake. I kind of doubt it, but there is that slight chance. And then my fundamental worldview would change. But it could happen. I don't love this. I think I'm actually just going to go for a Dreams here. But yeah, set your calendars, y'all. Thursday, March 30th. 6 p.m. Pacific, I guess, as per usual. What if Marsh takes over your #1 spot? I am gonna go on a limb and I'm gonna say that's probably not gonna happen. I'm not gonna lie. Like, don't get me wrong, I do like Marsh. I don't love her that much. And things can change, sure. I mean, Dansu wasn't really a favorite until I really got to know her, but I don't see myself really being like, oh, this is a character I have to love, or I really love. But she can get up there for sure. I can see that happening at least. I think more than anything, more than likely, if Ines doesn't live to her hype or expectations, then probably Dansu will take over that spot. But then that's the whole thing of like Dansu also, I have never read her character, or I've read her character story a little bit, but I haven't read her scenario, right? So it's like, don't exactly know if that's also gonna live up to expectations. I think more than anything, right now it's really just the characters that are out in the English version. So it's like Tannhäuser, Nature, who I know already, who I've kind of confirmed, yes, these are some of my favorite characters. But like top 3, right, or like I guess top 2, I'm still really kind of up in the air. But it's pretty set for the most part in terms of the top 5, right? It's Ines, Dansu, Nature, I know Nature 3rd, haha, funny jokes, Tannhäuser, and then Tama, so. And 3 of those are already playable, so we already know what's up with with them, at least in that front. Ooh. Nah, I think I'll go for this one. Get that SS, along with the S, and then S. Oh wait, that was only the beginning of December. Why did I think that was the end of December? And I was gonna be like, oh, I have to do this. Well, Tiddly Biscuits. I think I'll just do this one instead then. Okay. But you know, that's the nice thing about them introducing characters and continuing, doing that. You never know. That list can always change. You know, I'm currently working through my ranking list right now. Like, I have my tiers. I think I talked about this before, right? I have a tiers set up like of all the characters, and then I'm just going through each tier and just like really looking through, and then that way I can get the numbered list of like from 1 to however many Umas there are at this point, like 140 or something. I don't even know how many Umas are there right now. That is a good question. I've been quoted as saying it was like 140, but I think that number was actually wrong. So let me actually do a count, because I am curious. I say this all the time. It's like, oh, 100 and something Umas, but let me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28 times 5 is... 28 times 5 is 141. Okay, so there actually are 140 characters, well, 141 characters. So I was actually right. Okay, so yeah. Get that 1 to 141 numbered list in place, you know, that's the end goal for the most part. I can... I don't know if confidence is the right word, but like... Oh, wow, that's beautiful. I love this. Please give me more of that. Thank you very much. I was gonna say, I can reasonably confidently say that I think I know who number 141 is on my list. She's honestly one of the characters that I think I honestly have a... I don't want to say I hate any Umas, but she's one I really don't like very much. From a lot of the stories that she's appeared in and all the different kind of stuff I've seen about her. So she is definitely, I think, pretty likely going to be down there. I'll give you 3 guesses. I don't think I've really made any mentions of her, so maybe it might not be very obvious. I'll give you a hint. She's Oh, she's already trainable. That's not a really good hint. I'll give you a big hint. She's a Mejiro. So I guess we'll just go off of that. That only gives you like 7 different options, so that's actually a really big hint. But yeah, I'll just let y'all guess, you know. For my top 5, Chuval, Kita-san, and Tail all have the anime for me to understand their character, while Virginia and Vivlos I feel like I know a lot of, but so little about them at the same time. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, Virginia and Vivlos, the thing for them in terms of like English-speaking stuff has really just been the anime. And they really just appeared as cameos, so we don't really know too much about them other than kind of translation stuff and all that. But even then, like, I mean, Vivlos, I mean, her whole character is like, you know, wants to be a celebrity, a little bit of a brat, wants to go to Dubai, that kind of personality. And then Virginia is more of the, obviously, kind of the big sisterly, actually being a big sister, but like, yeah, it is big sister, kind of queenly, wants to be the queen, sort of, kind of acts with nobility, that kind of thing. Hates the number 2 for obvious reasons. But some of the nuance. Oh, wait, hold on. Dirt. Only B dirt. This one's actually the frustrating part is that stats-wise, this run is actually not. Actually, you know what? This one's actually not that great. It's not terrible though, is the thing. So like, man, watch this run be like high UAs, and I'm just gonna be frustrated the fact that I'm not getting anything to line up. Okay, but yeah. Okay, well, at least we got this one. At least we got the. At least we got the. Wait, does that even activate? Hold on, I'm curious. I guess I'll have to look that up later. I feel like that should activate as a skill in Del Mar. I don't know why it wouldn't. If not, is it a hill? Is it required for hills, or is it a hill thing? Let me actually look this up. I want to make sure I'm doing this correctly. I don't know what the skill's called, so let me just go over to Air Shakur. Stamina card. It is called... Chain reaction. Okay, yeah, it's just during any middle leg straight, you'll get a slight speed boost and your stamina will recover. Okay, easy enough. Perfect. We'll take it. We'll take any stamina recovery at this point. Okay, I need to do a dreams training, the last one. I love the V-Sisters so much. Their relationship with each other is so good. I do love the little dynamic they have, you know? Their personalities are pretty different for the most part. It's a lot like a lot of the kind of different Uma groupings, right? It's like they're based on, you know, their appearances racing against each other, not so much their personalities, which I always find really funny because it comes to the whole thing of like stuff like jammed with the D, Dansu, because, you know, their personalities are so different, yet it's like their personalities are so different, yet somehow they still hang out with each other for whatever reason. Like Cafe really does seem like she hates not Dansu, Takyon. But yet they still, you know, share their space together, like that little laboratory, right? There's that little section with where Cafe sits. So there is something to that. But I think with the V sisters, at least, they actually do have a pretty good relationship. It's not just because they are sisters. It's like, yeah, they actually have a pretty good have something there. Can't wait until I stream so I can talk about my V sisters for hours. To whoever wants to listen to my yapping. Yeah, so basically just like me with whatever BS I talk about, whatever BS of the day I like to talk about. Welcome to my streams, everybody. Okay, well, fuck my life. Okay, 5 more minutes until, ooh, 4 more, T-minus 4 minutes until we figure out who's coming up next. Let's see if I can finish this in time. Don't spoil it for me. I actually want to find out for myself, so I'll do that as soon as this is over, but if you want to find out for myself, I'll go into Twitter and see. Maybe, I highly doubt I can finish this in 5 minutes, so we'll just have to hold ourselves a little bit until then. Or I can just take a little bit of a break and look for myself. I guess that's probably what I'll do anyway. And we'll see whether it's Marsh or Karen or Bukidor or, yeah, I'll wait. Yeah, we'll see if it's like Marsh or Bukidor or maybe even what you said with logo type or rulership or maybe it's Samson Big. If it's Samson Big, I would actually laugh so hard though because that would just be the most unexpected thing. But I would honestly respect Side Games for just being like, yeah, fuck you, fuck your predictions. Here's Samson Big. It's just like, okay, that's honestly hats off. Honestly, I'll wait for you so we can see at the same time. Okay, well. Like I said, I think I'll just T-minus 3 minutes. Once it hits 8 p.m. here, I'll just switch over to the Twitter browser and we'll just see for ourselves. But let me finish this run first. We're almost done anyway, so maybe if I rush through it really quick, we can get this done in time. But no rush. I shouldn't really rush myself. That's not a good thing. Oh, yikes. Yikes. So I'll just take this one. But sometimes they do take several minutes past the hour. Sometimes, but I feel like usually reliably they've been pretty on the nose. But maybe it's just because I'm usually not like there, like right at the hour, top of the hour, being like, oh, where is it? Like I've always just been like, oh, like a few hours later, been like, oh yeah, the new Huma. Or like usually I'm it's recently more become the case that I'm usually streaming and then like somebody like you mentions it and it's like, oh, okay, it's there, and then I just see it after the fact. But that will not happen today because I want to see. Okay, that should be good for the the speed and the weight. See, this is actually working out decently for the speed and the weight are good, so now I can focus on just working on the these two, the stamina and the power, which that's good, so we'll take that. But dang, why couldn't this happen when I had my why couldn't this happen when oh, I don't know, we got the that's the other thing too. I didn't get this, right? I didn't get the Yonko events. That's what felt missing. That's why I had so many event points or skill points, because I didn't get those. Ah, that explains everything. Okay. Well, then I can't use the one I just used, because that has no skills right there. That's actually pretty useless, which is terrible. But honestly, that's fine, you know? Whatever. Alright, we got one final last minute guesses. Anybody? Marsh? Okay. I think I also said Marsh, so we will just have to see in less than a minute, y'all. We will take a look for ourselves. And we are almost done with this run too, so... Okay, it is 8 p.m. Let me, let's go to Twitter. Let's go to the Twitterverse and see if they have updated us with our very good news. I'm gonna not show that, so I can show this, and then we'll just have to see. No, yes, okay, OBS, there. That's good, that's good. Okay, let's switch over to the desktop. I got the Uma Twitter pulled up. Let's see. Not yet. Doesn't look like it. Not yet. Okay, hold on. Not yet. Okay, now we just refresh for the next few minutes and just see if they pull up. We still see this. Great, love that for me. Okay, we're just gonna continue to refresh. Just continue to refresh. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Come on. I know you're there. Come on, come on. All right. One of these days we'll see it. One of these days, come on. Come on, it's 8:01. Come on, let's see this new Uma. They are gonna release it. It is happening right today, right? I'm not crazy. We're not crazy, because the gacha ends tomorrow, so it should be released. I think. Question mark. Let me take a look. Maybe the game might have a new notice. Oh, the game does have a new notice. Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna spoil it, but. Yeah, it should be today. Yeah, I see a new notice in my mailbox here in the game, so I think it's just not updating the Twitter side. Oh, Aruvu, Aruvu. Okay, okay, and freaking, of course, the selector one, but Aruvu. Okay, okay. I am gonna pull for her. This is one of the characters I actually really wanted to pull for. Next to Bukador and Daring Tact and Marsh, so definitely gonna go for her for sure. Also, one other thing I noticed that I think not many people know, she does have heterochromia, right? She has like the blue. It's kind of hard to notice, but yeah, she has the purple eye and the blue eye. So that really, I always love characters with the heterochromia, but yeah, that is really unexpected. Wildcard Uma. I know that was not in my bingo card, right? Because I think, yeah, I mentioned it was my predictions were Marsh, Bukador, maybe Rulership, and I know you said maybe Logo type. I was not expecting Aruvu. That is a real shocker there. But honestly, pleasant surprise. I'm looking forward to that. Because yeah, that means we get to see Monster still in love probably. So get to see her Monster during the Triple Tiara races. So that's pretty cool. All right. Well, I guess look forward to the upcoming Admire Groove stream. If this is coming out tomorrow, do I want to do a stream on Monday? I don't know if I want to save her until Wednesday, though. Well, yeah, no, yeah, I don't know. The thing is, like, the gacha's not going to start until 8 anyway, so that's late, because that's going to be late Sunday. Man, the timing just does not work out. Tell you what, y'all, I'll try and see if I can stream on Monday so we can do some Aruvu runs, because I actually am pretty excited for Aruvu, but no guarantees, because I know Monday this week for me, work-wise, is going to be pretty hell, so I don't know if I'll have the energy to do that, but we'll see if I have enough energy to muster that, but yeah, that's pretty shocking. Okay, good stuff. Back to the game. Wow, that's again, that is pretty shocking. Because I was not expecting that, but again, pleasant surprise. So got that going for us. Okay, let me pull up everything back here. Okay, yeah. See, I got the new notice here, and I didn't open it just because I didn't want to spoil it myself, but. I guess I wouldn't have seen it unless I actually opened it, right? And then being like, oh, what is it? It's Admire Groove! Okay, and then fake my reaction. I didn't fake that, though. I didn't actually see it. Okay, back to Ines training. Might as well start my Admire collection. It might as well, you know, get the whole group going between Air Groove and Duramente and or unless you're talking about like the Admires, like Admire Vega and all that. Might as well, yeah. Or you can start the Air Groove clan, which I'm assuming you already have Air Groove, because, I mean, why wouldn't you at this point, considering she's not a 3-star character, but... Yeah, Air Groove, Duramente, and then Rulership eventually, so... You know, you got the whole group. You got the whole squad. Dreams. Okay. Okay, should I do stamina or power here? power. Okay. Man, these stats are actually good. I'm still salty about the fact that... Well, I will say, even if I did get the good stats, I didn't get the good skills. All that really worked out the last run was the last one I completed was just the dirt inherits, because otherwise everything else was just kind of a big bat, if you know what I mean. So at least can kind of cope by the fact that that was not going to end up being good anyway. But here we go. Alright, let's take a look at how this ended up being. Honestly, I have three reasons to pull for Arubu: her crown name, her bloodline, and her underdog. Yeah, I mean, there you go. It's pretty good reasons, I'd say so. I mean, I've always liked the, I think I said this before, right? I don't really love the ice kind of queen characters, but for whatever reason, something is different with her, with both of the admirers, actually, just like both Ayabe and Arubu. I don't know, something about them is different for me, so that's why I kind of have a soft spot for both of them. So yeah, I'm excited. Hey, you know, it could have been worse. It could have been, I mean, if it was logo type, I would have begrudgingly been like, okay, I guess, but like I wouldn't have been that excited. Or if it was somebody else, like who else would have been available? Like who else would have been? The fuck did I just click? I just clicked everything that made my tabs go all gone, which was something I love to see. I was about to I meant to click on this thing, my list here. Yeah, because it could have been somebody like Blast One Piece, Rose Kingdom, Samson Big, Daring Heart, Red Desire. Like those characters are what. Not that I don't like those characters, but just like compared to these other ones that I'm more excited for, it's just like, alright, I guess I'll just try and pull for them. Kind of similar to Victoire, similar to Pisa, right? It's just like, yeah, I guess I have to pull for her. Which I guess I don't have to. That's a really bad mindset for gacha, but given that I have all the characters and I don't want to ruin that streak, I am kind of stuck to a ball and chain. Glory to side games and all that. Alright. Okay. Now it's just kind of filling in the gaps, which is my favorite part of this shenanigans. Keep on going, take more skills. Think I still have enough points for one more if it loads. Yeah, whatever, sure. I don't know, whatever. Okay. Ratings-wise, I think this actually might end up being pretty good. The only issue is that it doesn't have good dirt inherits, or dirt ratings, so I'm just probably not going to be using this one unless I'm desperate. But, let's see how it ended up being. UA4. I'm a little bit surprised about that, actually. Huh. How did that end up being just a UA4? Did I max out on... maybe I didn't max out on speed, that might be it. Because, yeah, otherwise, ratings-wise, that's better than the last ones. I mean, it still ended up being better than the last one, but, like, I'm surprised it's not a lot higher. Hold on. Let me take a look-sees. That may have not maxed out speed. That may be that may actually be the reason, which is crazy, but... Because, like, this one maxed out, I guess, but, like, that's like 40, that's like a 40 speed difference, which seems really insane to me. Okay. But... honestly, when it comes down to it, this, honestly, I don't know if I was talking about it earlier in the stream. If I'm really desperate, I might just use this. Because it has, you see it has the S, it has the S aptitude for mid. It does only have a B dirt, but like I feel like maybe those might balance. I don't think those balance. It does not balance out that way. But like it has good enough stats. It has most of the skills that I'm looking for here, right? It's just like it's pretty good. Yeah. So I guess when it comes down to it, I could use this one. I think I'm gonna transition over maybe to some of the other Umas I need to train, like maybe this one, because I definitely need more better. I definitely need a smart Falcon. So let's move on to... Oh wait, hold on. Before we do that, let me go into a whole discussion about favorite and least favorite scenarios stuff now that we have this on our screens. It'd be cool if they added a skill loadout QOL where you rank the skills and then select the loadout to auto-select all the skills you can afford in set order. That would be a really good time saver for sure. The only issue with that is I feel like it would take so long to set that up in the first place. But then I guess that would save time if you're going to keep on doing like what we're doing right now, where we keep doing the same trainings over and over. And then it's just like, well, I have to go through the whole thing and then just spend the time doing it once and then just applying it over and over. That would be pretty good. Yeah, coach, pitch that. Yeah, go email Side Games right now and take credit for that if they end up doing that. But yeah, that would be kind of fun. I mean, that would definitely save a lot of time when we see me doing the whole selecting the skills and stuff. Okay, we got Euro Finals, we got the Aoharuhai skill, or the Unity Cup. We have Make a New Track, Mant, aka Track Blazer. We got Grand Live. We've got Grand Masters. Grand Live, Grand Masters, that's kind of confusing. We got Project Lark. We got the UAF Sports Festival. We've got the Cooking Fest scenario. We got the Mecha scenario. We've got the Twinkle Legends, we have Design Your Island, we have the Hot Springs, and then we have Beyond Dreams. Initial things when I'm looking at all of these, and again, some of these, it's been years since I played, so I don't even remember. All I remember about this one is that there was a whole thing about the 3 different types of skills, or 3 different types of kind of balls or whatever, and then whichever ball you get most of, you get that ball for that particular turn, and then you can use that ball. It was a whole shenanigans there. I didn't really love that one, but so that one was whatever. Project Lark, from a story standpoint, I love this story. I do have a soft spot for this one. One, because the story and the whole idea of trying to win this whole race that the Japanese horses have never won in their entire history. Some kind of like a nice romantic thing. And I do kind of love how they cheesed it so that any horse that you put in will always have aptitudes for this. So even Haru Urara would somehow have A aptitude ratings for medium and turf for only this race. It's not like it magically becomes A for all of those ratings for the veteran Uma, but it just becomes that for that specific race. I always thought that was funny that you could just have Haru Urara win the freaking project or the race or pre the Lark the Triumph or whatever. I thought that was kind of funny. The other thing about it too is I think this has by far my favorite track in the entire game. And I want to show it again because it's such a good track. The soundtrack for the Lark race itself, so good. It has the right amount of suspense, and it's the perfect kind of mood setter for the kind of the overall kind of theme of the race, which is, the pressure's on you. You have the whole country watching you try and win this race, and it's just really just suspenseful. So love this one. I think so. Story-wise, yes, I do love this story. Gameplay-wise, this is honestly kind of... I want to say it's kind of similar to Beyond Dreams just because of the fact that it ends early. But otherwise, there's only one race, so it's not like you have to, choose which race, and then depending on the race, it changes your schedule. And I'm trying to remember if it keeps the same schedule or if it just kind of creates a custom schedule. I think it keeps your schedule and removes the races after senior late October, I want to say. So it's a little bit different, but slightly still kind of your trainee scenario. UAF was all right. I remember the mechanics for this one were that you had the different events that you had to kind of master, and so you had to kind of spread out all of your trainings according to that. But that's a very vague way of putting it. Again, years since I played this, so I don't really remember. It was all right. Nothing too memorable. Yeah. Well, it was alright. I said this for cooking already, but yeah, cooking scenario definitely I think my favorite in terms of aesthetic. Mecha, I would say Mecha's kind of similar to the thing with the Beyond Dream scenario is it combines a lot of different aspects from different like previous scenarios. Like it has like the different like the similar thing with like the Unity Cup for the different supports that you bring along with you that you also train alongside. It has similarities to this scenario because it has the different levels of stuff that you have to upgrade, which is similar to here. Like there's different levels of the kind of the robot here, Sati, that you have to upgrade. So very very similar to that regards. Gameplay wise, I feel like, you know, this one was one of the better ones, but still, I don't know. I feel like if we're talking gameplay wise, I do feel like, and again, this may be bias speaking, but I do feel like Beyond Dreams is probably my favorite so far. It's because of the simplicity, yet the fact that you can kind of also kind of, it has a good high ceiling to it, so that is very much appreciated. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember this one. What was this one? What was it? Right, this one. This one's very similar to the Grandmaster scenario, except for replace the goddesses with the legends. And like the thing with this one is that you get put in a separate path. So depending on like initially when you're starting off, like which kind of type you use the most of, you either get put in Heiseiko's route, Saint Light's route, or Speed Symbol's route. And from what I remember, Saint Light's, which is the blue one, nobody does that because that's next to useless. I think what I remember is everybody usually recommended going with Heiseiko's route for reasons I don't really remember, because I think each route has its own benefits. Don't really remember what they were though. This one was pretty alright. This one was pretty good. Also the song bangs for sure. Song is a banger. DIY or DYI, I have a soft spot for because Ines is one of the Link characters. But this one was alright. Yeah, I'd say it's a kind of maybe one of the higher up ones for me in terms of one of my favorite scenarios, but not my favorite, I would have to say, so. And then, yeah, the Hot Springs one I talked about before. Initially, I liked it, and the aesthetic of being able to see your Umos without their hair pieces and all that stuff is kind of fun at first, but it's just, it kind of felt like something was missing. So, Beyond Dreams, I think. Beyond Dreams is, it's good that this is the current scenario because I do like it so far. I told myself I was going to do Smart Falcon, so let's do that. Transition over. Excited for UAF just for all the funny training animations. Oh yeah, the training animations are very funny. Especially because there's ones like the, what was it? Like some of the failure ones are really funny. Like I remember there was a one where it's like the water polo one where it's like you're trying to, like, was it water polo or baseball? I think it was water polo because it was like they were trying to like throw the ball at the targets, but they like, the failure animation is they miss way like kind of away from the target and almost end up hitting like the your like support, and the reaction to that is like really funny, like hiding in embarrassment in the pool. But yeah, there are tons of fun animations like that. I mean, almost all the scenarios have those kinds of fun little animations for sure, so definitely pretty fun stuff. I think what makes the Beyond Dream scenario so good is that you play the scenario, not the scenario playing you. If you get what I'm saying, you have way more control over what happens. Yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying. I think that's also what kind of made it hard to play at first, because there were so many different kind of variables and stuff that it was kind of hard to figure out how to do it at first. But once you kind of master kind of what scenarios to do in what situations, it does end up being pretty nice, right? Because then you can, it does feel like you're in control. I do get what you're saying with some of the scenarios. It does really feel like you're kind of limited to what you do. Like there's a strict path that you have to take, and if you don't take this path, you're already kind of screwing yourself over. So it's just kind of, doesn't feel very... It feels very rigid, and it's kind of boring in that sense. So, nice that this scenario is not like that. Although, unfortunately, it's kind of crazy. It's already been, what, it's already almost been 2 months since this scenario came out, so what, in another maybe few months we're going to get a new scenario, which, man, time flies, but that's going to be, we'll just have to see how that one ends up being. We'll just enjoy this while we can, I guess. You want probably the bottom option. Wait, no, the top option. I thought this was the one that gave you more max energy. There is one that less. There is one that's like that. Just don't remember what it was. Ooh, date event. Hello, here we go. Thank you very much. Okay, yes, please give me more Yonko. Yonko it up, everybody. I don't know how they'll top Beyond Dreams. You know, I've said that for a lot of the other... And I know you're probably talking in terms of, like, how like, they'll improve on the gameplay, but... In terms of, like, kind of how they're power scaling stuff, I always think to myself, how are they going to top this? Because, like, it definitely got... I don't know, at probably the Mecha scenarios when it got really bad in terms of the power scaling. But it definitely got to a point where it's just, like, with every new scenario that eventually comes out, I'm just thinking to myself, how are they going to top this? Because it's already way crazy, like, right now. It's just like, I cannot imagine how they're going to top this, because obviously it's going to be better than the current scenario. Otherwise, why would anybody play the new scenario over the one that's happening right now? It's insane, you know? It's like, I would have never imagined me being able to not consistently, but like being able to hit US, consistently hit UA, I guess. That's just crazy to me. I mean, you see people hitting like the LG rank at this point, which is also pretty insane. Yeah, I'm sure there's gonna be more upper limits. I mean, they came up with like the LGs for God's sake, so it's probably gonna be like the whole rating with like LF, LE, L, and then we're gonna get like LS, and then what, like LLS or something? I don't even know. We hitting LF in a couple months. Yeah, honestly, at this rate, just gonna see all the crazy people out there with their Mayas just getting LFs and just posting the screenshots on Twitter and being like, oh, here you go, and it's just like, okay, well, I guess the world is coming to a close. This is our lives now. See the LGs showing up regularly in like CMs and stuff. That's the end days. That's gonna be the end days. Because we're definitely not going to see those right now in the CMs, but I figure it's only a matter of time before we get that to show up and regularly in competitive settings. That's when we know things have gone horribly wrong. But for now, we're safe. Just wait a couple of months. Oh, look at this power duo right here. Okay. Oh, look at this. That's the devil's number 666. Nah, not really, but I just think that's funny. Alright. Nippon Dabi. Or now, the Zen Nippon Dabi or whatever. I don't know, I just saw Nippon and Dabi somewhere and I'm like, oh, the Nippon Dabi. I always love accentuating whenever they have like the lines, or like the what do you call those, the little suit characters, like when you have to like kind of accentuate the vowels or the consonants. I always over accentuate those because I like doing that. For example, with like Ines Fujin, because it's technically supposed to be Ines Fujin, not that long, but it has the extra U in there, so I always like calling her Ines Fujin, like just really accentuate the U in there. There's characters like that too, right? Like Tokai Teo, it's like Teo, like the OU, and stuff like that. And same with Tokai too, it's supposed to be like, it has the katakana of U in there, so one of those silly things I like to do sometimes. The idea I had for a scenario would be a rival-based scenario, with the scenario link characters being all the underdog Umas, kind of like Beyond Dreams where they level up alongside you, but in the final race you have to beat them. Or the opposite of that, where you have all these over... I guess that was kind of the Legend scenario, kind of. But, like, you have all these, like, OP characters, like the triple Tiara winners, or, like, the triple Crown winners, and then you have to, like, kind of somehow beat them in, like, a final boss sort of setting. Once and for all sort of thing. But, you know, we've already kind of had similar scenarios to that, so I can see that not being a thing. But, yeah, I like your idea better. I like your idea better. Okay, let's see. Ooh, spicy. It's... yeah, we gotta go for that one. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, I guess. Do I have the... I did have the data event. I was like, I don't know why I questioned. I think I got it pre-debut, so we should be good there. Alright, she's gonna be like, oh, hey everybody, wow, good to see you. I'm Smart Falcon. I'm Little Falco. This is me. I want to be an Umadoll. That's a great voice impression. Known for my wonderful impressions. This is terrible, I'm doing dreams. Okay. Do I have? I don't. Oh. In that case, I'm gonna go for another round of wit training. Well, how many bad mood events has that been? I feel like I usually don't get this many bad mood events. Like they occasionally show up, but not to this extent. Pretty crazy. Yeah, this one. See, this is what I'm talking about with the whole, like, you know, you have a good friendship rainbow training here, but then you have this, which has multiple of your support characters. I think this, honestly, might be the better option. As crazy as that sounds. No. Don't love that. I'm gonna do something that is... no, actually, no, that's a waste. That'd be a waste. Don't do that. Don't do that, me. I don't... options. Do this. Guess I'll take the friendship. Always value your friends. Value your friends, keep your enemies closer. Ooh, that's pretty good. That's actually really good, actually, I'm not gonna lie. Well, not unfortunately, actually. Well, actually, hold on. We might be cooked. What? Actually, no, never mind. Okay, I thought I didn't have to do that. Okay. There we go. Now we got the double. It goes. Alright. Good start, everybody. Love to see it. You don't need the energy. Okay. Also, well, Bourbon with the drip. I think I said this before. I think Bourbon's casual outfit is one of my favorites. I'm a sucker for hoodies. I think that's a big thing, but like, I don't know. I think it's just a nice looking outfit. The pants are a little bit unique, but it's all right. You know, we'll take those. Early on, I hit the training where I level up my guys, while later in the run, only training I hit is mainly the double speed over the level up. Yeah, that's probably a good way of doing it. I don't know. I think from the ones I've been doing, I feel like I try and prioritize like the multi-support ones almost all the time, except for like the very last few turns, because at that point it doesn't matter. But because I want to do that to try and get like the 4-5-5 and then maybe even like the 8-5-8. But again, not really. That's the whole thing about this scenario, right? It's just like there's so many different ways that things can go that it's just like it's really hard to have like a set schedule or set thing that you need to do. Which is a nice thing about it, is like you can kind of have control over like, oh, I gotta do it like, you know, different ways and such. Yeah, at this point, I think I need to do a good old friendship fun times, because I don't even think I've done one yet. I have not. Wow. Yeah, let's get in on that. Let's get in on those date events, huh? Yeah. What are you, a Pokemon? Falco. Falco, the Falcon, the Umadol Pokemon. I don't love any of my options here. Guess I'll go with this one just for the skill pointage. And then maybe I might just go for the... Well, let's see if we can't get a good double support show up. If we can't, maybe I'll just do a Dreams training. Oh yeah, that's terrible. Dreams training. Dreams training with the double speed. Yes. Okay, we're good on that. Okay, again, just need to hit the B. Just need to hit the triple Bs, as they say, as nobody says, as I say, and then we should be good. Should be good with the 455. But ideally, we'd like to, or I would like to, be a little bit more than that, just to be on the safe side for getting the 858s. What are you? You are an event. I will take the power. And Espo's looking all surprised. Okay. Oh, that's... I gotta take this one. Gotta take that one. Yep. I think one of the things I hated from the hot spring scenario is when I was one off from competing in hot spring, so I got wasted a turn. Then your schedule's just thrown a whole turn back. Yeah, that was always the annoying part about that, was like, oh, yes, S-mile, or S distance. It was just like, you know, the situations where you were like this close to, and I guess you can't see me like squinting, or not squinting, but like, you know, holding my fingers like this close, but like this close to like getting the hot spring done. You have like 14 or like maybe even like 10 or less points from being able to hit that. But then it's just like, oh, nope, you can't do it. You gotta do one more turn. And it's just like, well, that's just lovely. I love that for me. So that, yeah, that was always pretty annoying. Okay, let's see what we got going over here. This one. Yes, 30 speed, please, or 26, I guess. Okay, ooh, that's tempting, but that's actually good. Oh, that's so good, but this is also double. You know what? I'm gonna... I gotta take that one. Gotta take it. I mean, I don't gotta, but, you know, I gotta. Gotta. What is this? The 30 speed? Yes, the 30 power, okay. Yes, to 30 power. Ooh, that's actually pretty okay, question mark. I do need to use, well, I don't need to use, but I would, hold on, if I do that, let me think. I'm thinking date event here. Get that. Go with that. That's good. And then... okay, that kind of throws... actually, no, that doesn't really throw a wrench in my plans. That's actually really good. I will actually take that. Because then I can do that, do a Dreams, and then get those two in play, and then that actually puts us in a really good position. Wow. Hot damn. Okay. Yes, let's do it. And then, yeah, we gotta do one more turn of the double speed, and then we're good. And look at that, wow. One step away from just getting to the A team already. That should be more than enough for the ever so illustrious 455 that we require amongst ourselves. I will absolutely take it. Thank you. 19 DPs. Love the more DPs the better, as they say. Okay. Wait a second. Oh. Oh yeah, that's right. I was like, wait a second, am I one short? I was like, no, I'm not. I already was way ahead. Okay, we're good. It scared me for a second. I was like, oh no. Oh right, I need to race in this. I forgot about that. That is annoying. To waste this summer turn just to do this race. That's kind of why I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't do the BC Classic route. Just because that route requires you to do that, so I'm wondering if it might be better just to do another one of the races, and then not waste your turn just doing the race there. That's bad. Okay, we're using our dreams there. And frankly, I really need to catch up on stamina. Is not looking good, so that needs some care right there. Okay. Again with the Pokemon. Okay. Ooh, yes. The Pokemon actions. Alright. Yeah, I kind of have to. That's pretty juicy right there. Lucy juicy. Who the heck was that? Oh, I was like, I thought I just saw somebody head pat somebody there. It's like, yeah, Cesario head patting, good old Minecraft. I don't love any of my options here. Do I dare do a dreams right now? I don't want to, but I have a crazy idea. I have an idea. It's a crazy idea, but I have an idea. I'm gonna do that. I'm going to choose an option here, I guess. Guts. I'm gonna do that. I'm going to do a dreams training. Get loves all the way up, and then have that ready. That was my crazy idea. Is it gonna work? I guess we'll find out. Why would anybody not choose the bottom option here, by the way? This is something that's always been kind of interesting to me. It's like, you look at the options, right? Like, you either get energy, you either get this skill, or you get energy and this skill. It's like, why in the heck would you not choose? Or I guess I see why, because there's a risk of not getting it. But like, right? Am I crazy? Like, it feels like I usually get that skill anyway, so, or like I usually don't not get the skill, so, or whatever the hell I was trying to say there, but you know what I mean? Hashtag relatable. Ooh, decisions. Don't ask me why I did that one. I don't know. I was just like, yeah, speed, sure, why not? Bourbon almost broke the left corner of my, left edge of my screen there, if you just noticed that. This is terrible. It's a good thing I didn't do dreams, because I'm feeling like doing it right now, because this is not good. Actually, only because I have the 2 here, but even then. Yes, Junbi is okay. The preparation is okay. And the reason why I know that word is because Junbi in, I was about to say Russian, Junbi in Korean, or in Japanese is also Korean. Fun fact. There are many words that share the commonalities between Korean and Japanese, such as kaban and kabang, which is bag. What's another good one? Shojiki and shorchiki in both kind of forms of honest in both languages. That's another one. There are good examples, and it does help because then it's just like, oh, I get to learn my Japanese and I get to refine my Korean vocabulary for some of those situations. Have I shown you my one-of-a-kind souvenir from Japan? You have not? Good old Nakayama betting race thing, it looks like. Good old Meisho, Tabaru, and Adumaya... oh, Admire Terra. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's your betting ticket. Nice. Good stuff. Yeah, I remember there was that documentary on Haru Urara, right? The shining star of losers everywhere. And the reason why I bring that up is because I remember it was mentioned that people would buy, have like the betting tickets, and then they would use those as like good luck charms or something. They'd be like, oh, this is a losing ticket. It's gonna, help me with my luck or whatever. So it's kind of a fun little thing there. So that's just why that reminded me of that. Not that either of those horses are really to the level of Haru Urara, but it's just like, I just think it's, you can kind of treat it that way, be like, oh yeah. What do I want to do here? Probably nothing, probably just give up on life. Now we'll do this, okay. Never betting again. Yep, that's what they all say. You know, when I went to Santa Anita the one time, I was kind of tempted to bet, but I also I decided not to just because, you know, I'm already bad enough as it was gacha. But the main reason why I didn't is because I was very, I don't know if lazy is the right word, but just like, I could not figure out for the life of me how to, actually no, it's not like I couldn't figure out how to do it. It was pretty easy. They had a lot of like machines that you can like enter in your bets and stuff, but it looked complicated, and again, I felt lazy, so I was like, yeah, I'm good. So I just didn't. But yeah, that was kind of, there was always the option there, and I guess if I ever do go back, which, you know, it's not like I'm never gonna go back. I think there's gonna be like a little Uma event fan meetup that's gonna be happening in mid-May. So I might go to that one and hopefully have my cosplay ready by then, and we'll see if I can join the ranks of the others who also dress up for that. I guess updates on that. I can give updates, but I'll catch up on this first. 20,000 yen I'm never gonna see again, but it was such a once in a lifetime experience. Jeez, that's a lot of money. But I'm sad I didn't get to see the race live. Didn't win the ticket lottery. Oh yeah, that's what happens sometimes, you know. It's just the betting doesn't work out. Why am I have to do dreams. What am I doing here? Okay. Okay, definitely need to catch up on this one. So still somehow need to catch up on stamina. All right. I've not been hydrating very much. I need to... Remember, kids, hydrate or dehydrate. Also, stretch. I need to come up with an acronym for that. Not acronym, a catchy catchphrase for that one. Stretch or be stretched. I don't even know what that means, but sure. Ooh, we get 558. Holy shit. Okay, we're on a good pace right now. We are rolling. Okay. If I do want to watch a race, my best chances are just watching maybe a G2 or G3, definitely not the Arima Kinen. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of people for that one, so that'd be harder to get for sure. But it would definitely be a fun experience for sure, getting to watch a G1 race live and experiencing all the action and fun there. I'm sure it's gonna be a lot of excitement around that. I don't love my options yet. I don't want to use my dreams this early, so I think I'll just take that. Yeah, sure. I really need that stamina. And my other reason was I want to get loves up to SS, and then I can do maybe a friendship date event. A friendship date event. That's what they're called, right? Friendship date events. I don't love my options here, but I think I have to go for it. Yeah, I think I'll do one more. Yeah, I definitely need to do one more training and then do the date event. Yeah. The good thing Shakur is such a good stamina speed card. It was such a good decision to switch over. I don't know why I was using Dantu for the longest time. That was not a good decision on my part. Okay, let's see. Sure. Because yeah, when I went to watch the race over at Santa Anita, even that, and that was not really, I mean, that was a G3 race technically, but even that was pretty exciting, you know, cheering along, you know, the excitement in that relatively small crowd. It was still a pretty good crowd, but it was just like, you know, small compared to some of the big races. Was still palpable for sure, so... Yeah, that was I'm sure it will be so much more crazier if you're watching something like a G1 race, like one of those premier ones. Okay, well I already got the mid S. I guess they're just gonna give it to me twice, which I guess that's cool. I kind of wish that happened for Dirt. I don't know, for Ines that would have been kind of nice. Well, I guess my honestly, If I look back at it right now today with the inheritances, it's actually been pretty good for the most part. Like I got all the way from a C to a S for dirt. It's just that nothing else worked out in that run, but that's actually been pretty good for the most part. Like, oh boy, I don't want to do that. It's a 29% chance. Even if I do this one, that's not going to be good for me later down the road. But I don't have anything good otherwise, and I used up all my data events. Yeah, fuck it. Okay, good. Okay, good stuff. Ooh, poop. Okay, I think I have to. I know this feels like a waste, but I think I have to rest here. Yeah. Unfortunately, have to. Please give me 70. 50 is fine, I guess. Oh shoot! You know what? I'm not in a good pace right. Wait, actually. U F U G U G. Oh, okay, I only need to get 2 of these leveled up. Okay, I keep miscalculating these for whatever reason. Wait. Oh no. Oh no, we've screwed ourselves. Am I not gonna get am I somehow not gonna get the 858? I think I'm not gonna get the 858 from this. That's actually tragic. I hate that for me. I hate this for me. Man, that's unfortunate. It's almost my 1-year Umamusume. Oh wow, already, damn. Still have my very first sorter saved, and you can probably guess the only piece of media I consumed. I wonder, based on the sorter that I will now take a look at. Yes, I wonder. Very interesting. I wonder what that was. Well, Cheval's still at 14th, and Furioso is 14th. That's actually kind of interesting. Yeah, I wonder. I'm gonna do another one in 4 days and compare the 2 to mark my 1-year anniversary. Yeah, I mean that'd be kind of a fun little exercise. Do one after every like anniversary and be like, oh, how has my taste changed? Unfortunately, I can't say that I can do that / am able to do that at this point, but I at least have like some stuff saved from some of the things I've done in the past, so maybe compare from previous times. But for the most part, it's been pretty consistent that Ines has been my favorite character, so I think it's been more recent that Dansu has been kind of up there, and then Tannhäuser wasn't until like that the first anniversary when she came out to be a playable character that I got to see the charms of her Tannhäuserness, whatever you want us to call it. Also, I actually did not somehow get 858 from that, which is actually so tragic. I don't know how the hell that didn't work out. Damn, that's unfortunate. You hate to see it. Has Ain has always been your Oshi ever since, even all the way to when the game first launched? No, so, initially my favorite character was Seiyun Sky, because, I think the anime really was, and I'm talking like the first season. This was pre the game, because I think the second season aired during when the game first came out. But yeah, I would say, I think from watching the first season and that pool of characters, because Ines really wasn't even she had a debut, I think, in the BNW OVAs. She was in there, I think, but like barely. It's like kind of the same as like Takio, in which, you know, prototype Takio and then prototype Cafe, where she wasn't haunted by ghosts. But yeah, so I wasn't really I didn't know that much about her even to begin with, and then I think when the game came out and I started learning more about the characters, that's kind of where she caught my attention a little bit. So yeah, I'd say Sky, good old Unsu, would be a original favorite character. But tastes change, you know, as the characters improve and all that stuff, so it is kind of interesting. Also, if you look at my sorter, I find it funny how I managed to get all the Medrios together. I was actually planning on being a Medrio stand until the V-Sisters stole my heart. I see you're also into the whole clans. That's kind of fun. I don't know, yeah, I do like the idea of kind of like the different clans and stuff. But at the end of the day, I think it really just comes down to personalities for me. But yeah, I think personalities, and because the thing with Umamusume is that the personalities and similar personalities and them being like kind of together don't really go hand in hand with how, like I said before, like they are based on when they race together, not so much of their personalities. So it's a little bit different in that regard. Ooh, do I do that one? Is it the 120, 47, 100? That feels like a waste. I'm just gonna do this. Okay, honestly, the stats are not looking horrible, and we have S distance, so that's already pretty good. Ooh, spicy meatballs. Spicy. That's a spicy meatball. Damn. Okay. At this point, I need to do all my dreams training, so that's going to be autopilot. I keep this on all the way down in 110th, while Cheval was up there in 13th. I had no idea who both were. It is kind of amazing, though, that, like, with your exposure only being the first season, that somehow Cheval was still that high up in the first place. It is kind of a fun little, well, I don't know if coincidence is the right word, but, like, fun little kind of happenstance, I guess. Because I remember when Cheval first came out, I was actually really interested. I think out of that pool of characters when she was introduced, she was honestly one of my favorites because I liked the idea of her character. Plus, I'm not gonna lie, I do have a kind of a... I am a sucker for characters with hats. I think you can kind of notice by the fact that I like Highness and Tannhäuser and some of those other characters, and Marsh, I guess. But yeah, I was like, oh, I like this character. She has a hat. She seems like the shy type. Seems like it'll be pretty interesting. But then, you know, I think when her appearance in the game showed up, I would say I don't like her game version that much. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I mentioned this in previous streams, but like I like her anime version because it's a lot less shy. I feel like she's a bit too shy, for lack of a better term. In the oh shoot, why did I do that? I should have done the wit. Oh wow. Which was a bit too much for me, but you know, it's I still like her, but I didn't like her as much. My like for her kind of dwindled a little bit, not gonna lie. So with how she is in the game, but probably why I fell for her when I saw season 3 episode 12. But throughout watching season 3, she kept appearing. I was just waiting for her moment, and when it finally happened, it changed me for the better. Yeah, no, for sure. It's that was a good scene. I mean, season 3. I know season 3 has its detractors, and I also personally think season 2 is a little bit better. But season 3 definitely had its moments. I just feel like this, for lack of a better term, the source material of season 3 was kind of its downfall, because there's really only so much you can do with having Kita be your main character. I know Kita wasn't technically the main character, but like the fact that she was kind of the de facto main character was kind of hard, especially since she was so dominant after a certain point that it really just kind of felt like, you know, it's like it didn't have that same ethos of like the underdog story of overcoming obstacles that the second season had. Not that it needs to have that, but it's just like it just kind of inherently, because of her story, because of how the real life force was, and you know how they adapt the story to actually fit that. It's just they didn't really have much to work with. So in a sense, there was, maybe, I know people were saying like, oh, maybe they should have had a different main character, because there are other characters like Cheval, like for instance, who had that kind of a little bit more of the underdog aspect to her. That maybe they could have focused on that a little bit more, but it's just either way. Wait, yes, okay. Let me actually focus on getting all these first, because I think I'm gonna run out of SP, so I should probably focus on the ones I actually can get first before figuring all the rest of them. Make sure anything else here. Sure, that's good enough for me. Okay. The Cheval moment in Arima Kinen, the Cheval moment was way better than Kita-san's Arima Kinen, but Teo's Miracle Run is still hands down my absolute favorite Uma moment. I mean, that's Yeah, and it's crazy that that's pretty based on real life because it's such a miracle that it's crazy. It's like it really does kind of accentuate the whole thing that there is moments in sports and stuff that it's crazy, crazier in real life than in fiction, right? It's like if you've written that something like that for fiction, people will be like, oh, that's too fictional, that's too unrealistic, there's no way that could have happened, but it's like it actually did happen, and it's just like, wow, that's crazy. But that'll change if they ever decide to make their Star Blossom anime, because there's some moments I can't wait to see in animated form. Yeah, no, I think Star Blossom has some really good potential for kind of season 2 like moments because of the overall nature of the Laurel story and all the different kind of aspects of other characters in there as well. So I'm also pretty excited to see how they do that. I feel like it's a matter of more so when, not if at this point. Because I feel like they're definitely going to make an anime. I think it's just more so like, okay, well, you know, they're going to announce it. It's, you know, when is the announcement going to come and when are they actually going to confirm it? But, yeah, it's exciting times ahead. And there's still more Cinderella Grey also is the other thing. So, you know, it's lots of potential future peak moments in the Umamusume anime world coming soon. So look forward to that. I think that's what's so good about Umamusume. These characters don't have plot armor because they did that in real life. That's the thing. Yeah, it's like that's honestly, it's kind of the funny thing. It's like the writers really already have most of kind of those like plot lines kind of written. It's more so in the sense of how do they want to put it in like kind of different terms of like how the characters' personalities and stuff. But really, the results, like it's all already there, like in real life, and they base it on real life. So it's like, you know, then it's just like they don't have to come up with like, oh, like is this seem too unrealistic, or like, oh, this like is this gonna make sense sort of thing, because it's like, well, you know, just adapt what happened in real life, and then, you know, there you go, you did it. So it's kind of funny how that. I always found it really funny that it's just like looking up the horses counts as spoilers, because then you're just spoiling yourself with the races and stuff. So I remember when there were discussions happening like season 3 and season 2 and stuff, people were like, oh, don't look up the horses in real life, otherwise you're gonna spoil yourself. It's like, I can't believe that's actually a thing that can be that you can spoil yourself on, but that is a thing, yeah. Oof, I kind of need to get Red Desire up, but also, yeah, let's do that. And I mean, we mentioned this before, but it's just like, that's also the really nice thing about Umamusume, is the fact that, like, because they're based on real-life horses, it feels like there's always infinite amounts of stories that can be told. Or at least like a good number, because there's always history being made, right? Like right now, like during the Satsuki show, and like the was that race today? And like all the other kind of races that are happening right now, and these stories are being told right now, and they can be told as kind of future Umamusume stories, right? So it's like there's a whole pool of kind of stories that they can work with. I definitely spoiled myself on Star Blossom looking at Laurel and Brian's race history. Yeah, same, honestly. Like, I kind of, unfortunately, kind of already know what happens with some of Laurel's races, but it's not about the journey, it's about the destination, right? Like, it's the same thing with beginning of the new era, because I kind of spoiled myself on that as well, so I knew that, you know, Takion was going to win Satsuki show, that Jungle Pocket was going to win, and I guess these are spoilers if you haven't watched it. First of all, if you haven't watched those, why? Why are you here? Go watch it now. In the ways that you can figure them out, but yeah, it's like Shuval, sorry, not Shuval, yeah, and then like Cafe wins, you know, her race and so on and so forth, right? It's like I kind of already knew that was gonna happen, but I still really enjoyed the movie because of the fact that it's like what am I doing here? Because you know, watching all the, like, how it was animated and how it was shown was still really enjoyable, so it's still gonna be fun, you know. It does take a little bit of enjoyment out knowing what's gonna happen, I guess, but at the end of the day, you know, it's still peak in ways. Oh man, I don't love this. I don't love this at all. In fact, I hate this. I'm gonna do something that's kind of crazy. I'm actually gonna get that so I can get the stamina not horribly off. May not be the best idea actually, but whatever. Speaking of IRL, I think sometime at the end of the Mall Cheval Grand is going to race in a retired horse race. Ooh, the good old retired horse races. Those are always fun. That's how I remember Urara winning one of those and that making the news and being like, oh my god, Urara actually won a race. Amazing. It was years down the line, but yeah, that happened. It's like, wow, amazing. Also, what I love about Star Blossom is we get to see something we've never seen before. Laurel struggles to win a debut race. Yeah, I know there are a few Umas that have kind of similar things like that, but it does seem like for the most part, like, the previous stories that were being told were all about the Umas kind of not struggling so much on that aspect. It's more so kind of taking the next step from that and then struggling, but they don't really struggle with the basics of it, so starting from zero. Hopefully that makes people realize how good all these Umamusume are, just because winning your debut race is a big accomplishment. I hate when people slander Team Cannabis. Yeah, it is kind of crazy because it's like people. It's like I love the comments of people being like, "Oh, she only won one G1 race," and it's like that's still amazing. Like you look at the number of horses out there, and see how a majority of them don't even win like any of their races. Like, I think what really put that in perspective was when somebody was making a post about all the kind of the meme Umamusumes that, or not the meme horses that got named after Umamusumes, like Paka Paka Desu wa, or like that was a really horrible pronunciation of that, or like Umapyoy, or like Happy Meek, or Happy Meek was actually probably fairly successful, but even then she wasn't as successful as, like, you know, some of the Umas that get adapted. But like a majority of those like meme horses did a few races, didn't get close to winning their debuts, and then retired like pretty quickly after that. And that's a majority of the races there. I think it's the same mindset of when you look at it from like professional sports too, because you look at people who look at these like athletes and it's like, oh, it's easy to make it to like these professional sports leagues, but it's like, no, it's freaking insanely hard to make it to these professional sports leagues. You look at some of these like players who are considered like busts or like terrible players, but they're like in the top like 1%, like 0.1% of players that win or that are in their sport. Like they are really fucking good. It's just that they aren't good compared to that like upper echelon of players. It's what's his face, Brian Scalabrine, the good old what's his White Mamba, like the famous quote, "I'm closer to LeBron James than you are to me." Like that really does ring true. It's just like they are so good, yet it's just like compared to the average person. And so it really is just kind of that perspective. You just gotta put it in there. That's like it's fucking hard. What really put it in perspective for me was looking up Cheval's progeny stats and seeing how only very few out of the many won, but I don't think any have even raced in a graded race. Yeah, exactly. Like you look at some of the Umas out there that have tried to like do like kind of the stud careers, and it's like there are examples of ones that have been really successful. Like Kita obviously has been very successful. Speaking of which, I think didn't Kita yesterday's what was it, the Nakayama Grand Jump, wasn't one of Kita's another Kita kid won that one, didn't they? So, and by like more than 10 lengths, whatever. I've heard about that. That's another win for the Kita bloodline. But yeah, I mean, you look at most of the Umas, they don't have very successful those types of descendants or progeny. Like for example, Ines Fujin. I think the only notable one that he had was like one called Fast Friend, who won like, what did they win? They won like a graded race. I think it was like a G3 or something. Or no, it was a G1 race. So they were actually really successful, but otherwise nothing else from that. It's just kind of crazy. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, I mean, in the group of like, Umamusume out there that have won, like 6 G1 races, 7 G1 races, and then you look at some of the others that barely won anything, and then people are like, oh, look at these. Yeah, it's like they're not good. And it's like, oh, well, maybe not compared to this upper echelon, but compared to most of the other horses, yeah, they were pretty damn good. Like, for example, like Fuji Kiseki, like, look at her, like, she won that many. It's like, oh, she only won the first 4 races she did. It's like, she only won the first. That's still really fucking good. Like, just gotta put all that. Also, I don't have a date event right now. What is happening? Hello? Date event? Could I please get a date event? Hello? Alright, I think I need to do this, though. Ita-san's gonna be in the new Sunday Silence. At this rate, yeah, that boy's gonna be tired. I know there's the meme that gets posted, the meme image of him like lying down in the stable, and it's like that's just gonna be him. That is him for the next years as he continues to get all the mares out there, you know, and get all the effort out of him. I mean, he's going to be more and more expensive as more and more of his children start winning, but they don't mind. They're just going to keep paying for that. Okay, I am wondering where this... I still don't have a date event. What is going on here? Hello? Anybody? Can I just... where is she? Okay, well, she's over here. Wow, this is pretty bad. This is actually really terrible. I'm gonna do another, please. Okay. Well, at least I got this, which is also not good. I'm just gonna say that this is a big oof right now. This is what we call a big oof. Again, no date event. I love that for me. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay. Oh boy, if I don't get a date event by the time that the classic year rolls around, I might actually just quit this one, because this is not a good one. Not a good one. I'm excited to see Almondai 24's career. Actually, they should have named that horse by now. Yeah, it's 2 years, right? So they should have, yeah. I love the convention of just them naming them after the parent. It's like, oh yeah, the parent 24 or like 26 or whatever. Like, because we haven't come up with a name yet. It's like, you, Almondai 24, yeah, yeah, you, right? It's just like, yeah, they respond to that, or I don't know if they do, but it's just like kind of funny. Also, where is my goddamn date event? Oh boy. Okay, I'm quitting this one. This one's not. Was not a good one. Also, I think I'm not gonna get enough points anyway to get what I need from this point. So 13. Actually, is that enough? That might be enough. That might barely be enough, but this is just not a good start for a run, so I don't love it. Yeah, that is enough. Wait. Yeah, that is enough, I guess, but just barely, damn. Oh, okay, I'm gonna terribly butcher this pronunciation. I'm not even gonna try and pronounce that. Noir, the filly of Kita-san Black and Almondai. Yeah, just give me the katakana pronunciation of that, and I'll just figure that out. Actually, that does make it easier. The fact that they do, you know, obviously the Japanese horses, they have the katakana name, so that makes it a lot easier on my end to be able to actually pronounce these names like Croix de Noir and what is it, and like Orfèvre and all those. That's the most southern way I can pronounce that. Orfèvre. So I just call it Orfe. Okay, let's see how long it takes to get this date event, because I'm actually really curious how long it's going to take at this point. Leju no waru. What? Leju no waru. Okay, interesting. So it's supposed to be like I could ask my mom. Like, I know my mom took like some French, so she could actually maybe try and pronounce this, but like Leju noir. Leju noir. The translation of the name is literally black eyes. Oh, that's actually kind of cute, and they just made it French because, you know, they want him to be successful in France. No, that's probably not it, but like, but that's my headcanon. Okay, this has been the worst run of my life so far. Can I please get a date event for God's sake? Oh my goodness. Hello? Hello, man, do you exist in this world right now? Is there has Casino Drive left for a casino or something? What are we doing here? What is happening? Why have you run? Apparently she's run away. Why are you running? Why are you running? Wait, no way, this is the horse that wins the lark for Japan. That's what I'm saying, right? It's like my headcanon is that they named it, they named the French translation so that, you know, because that's with Orphe too, like didn't Orphe come really close to actually winning the lark? I know, technically, I think the closest was, Naka and Mephisto, right? Technically, like, by a nose or whatever. But didn't Orphe almost come close by, like a neck or something? I think in one of his races. So, you know, maybe it's something like that, right? It's just like, oh, we could name it Black Eyes. No, let's make it French, so that then, you know, then he has the powers in France and then be able to win that. That's, again, that's just the headcanon. That's just my headcanon, but that's what I'm gonna go for now. And then I'm just gonna keep reiterating that so I can spread more misinformation. Because if there's one thing I love doing, it's spreading misinformation on the internet. I know that's a lot of people's favorite pastimes. I'm quitting this run, but I really want to see how long it takes to get this goddamn... Dude, we are about to hit the first inheritance and we still have not gotten this date event. What is actually happening? This is the worst I've ever seen it. And I'm gonna guess I'm not gonna get... I got a turf factor. I was gonna be like, oh, I'm not gonna get pink factor. I was like, oh, I got a pink factor. It was a freaking turf pink factor, so that's not useful at all. How long is this gonna go? Oh, I think so. Yeah, I think so too, right? Also, same with Croix de Noir, but he did horrible in the Lark. I still wish they kept it in Japan for his classic years. Yeah, that did not end up very well. That was a bit of a letdown for sure. But, you know, it was worth a shot, I guess. Why not? If they felt confident in him, you know, why not? But yeah, that was kind of unfortunate that they just kind of wasn't able to use their classic years and just left him for that. Okay. I guess I'm taking bets right now on how long it's going to take for this date event to show up. Place your bets now. Oh, no. Oh my god, really? I did. I have done a training with... I'm not crazy. I have, yeah, it's 104. So I have done a training with Casino Drive in it. So it's not like she's not showing it because of that. Let me do this real quick. Maybe if I keep talking to her, maybe she'll finally see... maybe she'll finally see my my charms and wit. And okay, what is... This is actually... This is veering into the comedy territory at this point, because I don't know what is going on. Well, I guess I'll do a Dreams. But he'll make the name for himself, being the first senior spring Triple Crown winner. Surely, oh yeah, surely he will overcome his he will overcome and be able to race well in the long spring Tendo show and win that, and then be able to win the what is it, the Takazuka Kinen? I don't know what the spring Triple Crown is, but yes, he will, definitely, for sure. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, I gotta do Dreams. Oh my god, please, Casino Drive, please. I know I may not be the most handsomest trainer out there, but please see me for who I am, and please go on a date with me, I swear to god. I'm begging right now. Yeah, no, my god, wow, this is actually... This is... I am running out of ways to describe how this is, because I'm just flabbergasted. I'm smegeldorfed, as they say. You know, that's not even a real word, and I agree with myself. I'm smegeldorfed. Like, look at this. I'm not even gonna get close to getting the 455 here, so that's already out of the question. But again, I'm just pushing this to the limit at this point. It's to see how long it's gonna goddamn take. I should have probably quit a long time ago, but I'm in too deep, you know. It's the what is it? What's the name of that thing where it's like you hold on to something for too long and it's like you shouldn't have just got rid of it, but then it's just like, it's just like I have to make use of it by holding on to it, but by holding on to it you're setting yourself up for failure. What is the name of that? Not confirmation bot. What? I had the same issue in another past stream where I was trying to think of this term, but I couldn't think of it. And then I did think of it later, like after stream. But now I don't remember it again. I think it starts with a C. Oh my god, what is it? not. Why do I keep thinking of confirmation bias? It's not stop it, brain. It's not confirmation bias. Think of different terms. Not survivor bias. Buyer's remorse? Is that what that is? Something like that? I don't think so. I don't think that's exactly what that was. Hold on. This is gonna bother me, so I'm gonna. If I search this. The anti-consumers, no. Cognitive dissonance might help me with this. Hold on, what is it? Blah 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 blah. Reduction, selective exposure. I'm just looking through a Wikipedia article at this point, trying to see if there's any terms here that just jump out to me as to the ones that I'm thinking of. I think it has something to do with this, but I don't think this is what it was. I'm just gonna let Falco talk to you while I try to figure this out. How long is this article? Jesus, hold on a minute. Okay, I'm just gonna say it's buyer's remorse until I'm proven otherwise. I don't think that's what it is though, but I'm not seeing anything to help me remember what it actually is. Also, we still don't have a date event. Yo, are we gonna get to the senior year before even getting this? Place your bets now. Okay. Also, my foot suddenly became very itchy, which is TMI, but that's my life now, is that I'm in disbelief and that my foot is itchy. Like, this would be a great time for a date event. If I had one, insert the Dinkelberg meme here. What is happening? Please? Oh my god, okay. It is currently Classic Year, beginning of November, and Casino Drive has finally shown up for her date events. What in the world? Okay, that's it. We're done. New record. Yep, new record. Somebody try and beat that. If anybody wants to try and beat that, BLB to be my guest. I don't know why you want to beat that record, but, you know, if you want to. Although, I guess you could do that if you actively try to avoid Casino Drive, like, just do not click on any of her trainings. I guess that's how you could do that, but that does feel like it's a little bit of a, I don't know, that just feels a little cheatsy. So, like, you know, actively trying to get Casino Drive, that feels like that should be a record, because, like, how in the world? Alright. I think this is also probably going to be the last run. Don't want this to end up being another 5-hour stream, so, you know, just try and call this a night, but we've had a few successful-ish runs. It's just nothing's really, as per usual with these trainings, nothing really all comes together into one run, but that's usually how these trainings work, so, you know, I'll just keep on grinding. I keep saying that, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna keep on grinding, but I never really. But I actually will try and keep on grinding this game over the next few days as before the CM starts, and then try to get something, a pretty good team for the CMs, because I really do want to try and do decently well in this, especially with this scenario being the way it is, and actually being something that I feel like I'm good at. So, I want to try and get something here. I don't love that. Let's do, yeah, that one. Oh. I think this is the record for the shortest amount of time that I actually showed up. I'm not kidding you. This is actually... Man, the juxtaposition between the last and this one is actually kind of hilarious. Yeah, that's a new state record. Oh my god. Okay, well, you know what? That's a good record, so I guess I can't really complain. But, oh my god. What is happening? What is happening? Also, there we go, Marsh. Finally got you in the mix. Yeah. Actually crazy that happened. Yeah, right? That is... What are the odds of that happening where it's just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna make you suffer, only to then, you know, do the complete opposite the next time. Which, you know what? If that's what it takes for this to happen, I'll take it, you know? I'll take it. I'll take the punishment only for the pleasure to happen after that. That's ugh, gross. Okay, don't like that. Bad, Chino. Okay, I need to learn to expand my vocabulary. I need to come up with better ways of describing things, which is hilarious because, you know, I play crosswords, which is a thing that I've been doing ever since I think the pandemic started. Oh my god, this is terrible. I want to do this, but if I do this, then Marsh isn't gonna be ready for the prom in time, so I gotta do this. Yeah, it's like I do crosswords, so it's like that, but that doesn't really help with like vocabulary and stuff. That's just a very... The thing with crosswords, it has its own set of vocabulary that you really need to kind of be, I guess, familiar with, right? Because there's certain words that appear in crosswords a lot of the time. For example, words like Oreo and like array and like a and insert other words that have tons of vowels, because it makes it easier to create those crosswords. It's a whole thing, like it's crosswordese, as they say. It's an interesting thing. But yeah, once you start doing it, and once you start kind of figuring out the patterns, it becomes a lot easier to start doing those. I only mention that, well, I don't only mention that, but I do mention that because it's like when I was at the book fair today, there were a few booths that were hosted, I guess, by... Because the whole festival was held by, or sponsored, and I guess held by the LA Times, the newspaper over here. And so there was like... There were like booths that had like huge like kind of poster board side crosswords that people can kind of go in and just fill in. I guess they did like dry erase style so that people can go in, do it, and then other people can, like, if they're not watching, I guess it can like go in and, you know, do it for themselves, that sort of thing, and win prizes. I was kind of tempted to do it, but there was a huge group of people in all the stalls that I was at, so I wasn't able to do it. But you know, I was tempted, you know, test out those crossword skills, you know. I've also been really tempted, not gonna lie, to create my own crossword. I mean, that's a huge undertaking, you know, the difference between solving and creating a crossword. Because the thing with crosswords is that they have themes to them, for the most part. There are themeless crosswords. Those are, I don't know how it is for most newspapers, because I do the New York Times crossword. And that generally works where it gets harder as the week progresses. So it starts off, Monday is like the easiest day. It's usually pretty straightforward. Tuesday, Wednesday gets harder. Thursday is where it gets kind of pretty wild with the theme, a bit harder. Friday, Saturday are like the themeless days, and those are really difficult usually. Saturday more so than Friday. And then Sunday, I think Sunday is kind of the famous, you know, crossword, Sunday crossword. It's a bigger crossword. But it has the difficulty of like a Wednesday, and it does have a theme as well, so there is a little part of me that has considered creating a crossword. Unfortunately, that comes with the thing of having to come up with a theme for it usually, unless I'm making a Friday one, which is a difficult aspect of its own, which I don't know if I want to do that. But there is a little bit of me that kind of wants to create a crossword with like Umas in it. Because I've seen crosswords created by kind of like younger generation, like Gen Z. Like I think there was even some that were created like teenagers that I've solved in the past. That has some of the more like kind of recent lingo. I haven't seen a 6-7 reference yet in a crossword, but I'm sure that's going to come at some point. And I don't think I've seen a Skibidi. I haven't even seen like a Skibidi toilet reference. I think as far as actually, yeah, I haven't seen it in the New York Times, I should say, yet. I'm sure somebody's going to add that at some point. But there has been like a lot of kind of like the more, I guess, Gen Z slang, like sus, I've seen quite a few times. Like okay boomer, I guess that's kind of a more older one. But like stuff like that, like I've definitely seen. A part of me kind of wants to add like Umamusume as like some sort, like either as like kind of like a entry, or like create a theme based on. I feel like creating a theme on Umamusume is going to make it a lot harder because it's such a niche thing, and I feel like it's going to make it a lot more harder to actually make it into like a feasible to solve crossword for a general population. So like at least if not that, then maybe do like somehow put Umamusume in like a crossword, maybe as a clue, be like, oh, hit Japanese mobile game that got a global release in like 2020. Like make it creative though, obviously, but like something along those lines so that people can be like, oh, like that and something like that, and then maybe make it easier. But that has been a thought in my mind, so who knows? Maybe one of these days I might actually come up with a clever theme that I can use for a crossword, and then submit, and then start tinkering around with that, and then actually create something for that. And then maybe you might see me in the New York Times. Who knows? That'd be kind of fun. Although if I do that, that's gonna that's gonna use my real name. So actually, never mind. Okay, let's not. Well, let's just say if you do happen to ever see Umamusume appear in a crossword, I should specifically say the New York Times, because I feel like I'm not going to... Well, I guess I could submit this crossword anywhere. If you see Umamusume as an entry in a crossword in a newspaper anywhere, there might be a chance it's me. Let's just say that. I'm not going to guarantee it, because, you know, there might be people out there who are crossword creators who are fans of, who are anime fans, because there are occasional there aren't usually anime like references in crosswords, at least the ones I solve. Most of them just kind of like use like manga or anime as like an entry in the crossword. They don't actually do like they don't even talk about specific anime, because maybe that's a bit too niche. I was just thinking about it, and it's crazy how I had Chuvalha in my first order, and I later learned one of her hobbies is baseball. And then the even crazier reveal that the real-life Chuval is owned by the Mariners' number 22, Kazuhiro Sasaki. They even reference it by making her Boshi name Marin C. It is kind of funny, you know, especially with the connection to Mariners and all, so it's it is a funny coincidence how that all worked out in the end. It all works out somehow. Power, please. Thank you. Okay. Speaking of which, I think we mentioned the Satsuki show is coming up, right? Isn't that today? I don't know what time it's supposed to be, but... Because what time is it in Japan right now? It is like 2 p.m. over there, 2:30, so... in 2 hours? Okay, yeah, so there you go. Yeah. Good stuff. I'm looking forward to it. You can tell by the excitement in my voice that I'm really looking forward to it. No, I actually am looking forward to it. Even though it may not be reflected in my voice. We get to see the future generations and who's gonna be the next star. Who's gonna be the next potential new Umamusume in like 4 years or something, I guess. If Umamusume even is still a thing by then. Which I'm sure it is, but man, you know, it's a long time for a franchise to be a thing, or I guess a video game to be a thing, a mobile game, you know? It's a long time. I'm just glad the JRA streams the G1 races now on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of nice. Makes it a lot easier for people to be able to tune in and stuff. Worst comes to worst, I know there's definitely, you know, Discord streams and stuff for that stuff, so... I mean, I think that was, I remember that was the old days, pre-global release, when people on that Discord server would go in and just, you know, like gather to watch the races, whoever had the means of being able to stream it and then stream it that way and watch it. I never participated in those personally, because I was never really hugely into K-Buff, to be honest, but like I you know, kind of paid attention whenever somebody was talking, like, you know, posting about it, but I never went out of my way to actually watch the races, so maybe I might watch it, who knows. I mean, I do have names in my head as to the racers and stuff, so oh yeah, I need to do I love how I just spent like the last minute just like kind of being like, oh, which one do I want to do, only to realize, oh, I just need to do Dreams. I don't know why I was so caught up on trying to decide that. I just turned on the VPN I use for the JP Uma to watch it. Yeah, that's exactly. It's a Japanese VPN. I mean, it's kind of the same as the one I'm using right now for playing. So yeah, just tune that in, and you should be good to go. They don't really know any better. But yeah, I mean, if it is in 2 hours, that's not really that late. So maybe I might watch it live as well and be able to see if Admire Quads can pull it off. I love that name, by the way. That's a fantastic name. I think solely just for the name, I think I'm cheering for her or him. Yeah, so we'll see if the Quads can pull it off, or if any others can pull it off. Yeah, because I remember from the comments I've been reading, the favorite is somebody who doesn't really have any Uma lineage, so that's boring. We don't cheer for them. No, I'm just kidding, but like, yeah, it's always just like, oh, where are the Umas? Where are the Umas? Where are the connections to the Umas, and how can I make it about them? That sounds so egotistical, but honestly, I really love it like that. I have 4 main conditions for rooting for a horse. It's yours. My only condition is if the name's good. I'm just kidding. Honestly, though, I joke about that, but like, there is a little bit of the name that does make a difference. I think I've said it before. If Ines Fujin wasn't named Ines Fujin, I think I actually wouldn't really be I wouldn't be a fan of her. I think it's because of something about her name that just really drew me into her. Plus all the other aspects, you know. I think other aspects would have probably made her a favorite character, but not my favorite character. But I think it's the name that really put it over the top for me. So, oh, see, okay, there is a chance there's your chance right there. Yeah, I know. I was commenting about how, like, why would you choose that option? But there is the chance that it doesn't happen. So that was just a risk I take. Chuval progeny, Kita-san progeny, Admire crowd name, funny name. Actually, one more condition, they haven't won a G1. That's, yeah. That is fair. I think, literally, just for me, it's just like, do they have funny name? If yes, go for them. I remember when I was watching the races at Santa Anita, there was a horse... What was the horse's name? It was a really funny... It was Acknowledge Me Please. Like, the horse's name was Acknowledge Me Please. It had no spaces because I think of character limits, and Please was PLZ, I want to say, so it was like, Acknowledge Me Please. And so I was like, oh my god, that's such a great name. I'm cheering for this horse, and I think they actually did win, so... Turns out, they were acknowledged. They were Acknowledge Me Please. Honestly, I think that could be a good nickname for Ma-chan, because that is what she really is at the end of the day. She just wants to be acknowledged. She just doesn't want to be forgotten. Maybe that horse that I was watching was secretly a descendant of Ma-chan, and it's just like wants to be acknowledged. I wonder how Acknowledge Me Please is doing, by the way. Let me look this horse up. I'm sure maybe if I can look them up, maybe I might actually be able to see how they've been doing since then. Acknowledge Me Please. Actually, let me just search this up in a Acknowledge Me Please. Horse. Oh my god, yep, there it is. Oh, I spelled it wrong, that's why, okay. Yeah. Acknowledge Me Please is a 3-year-old colt and has raced from 2025 to 2026. Yeah, there we go. See, yeah. Was that the race I was at? Yeah, they got first there. Oh, they haven't won the race since. Oh, that's unfortunate. They were at the 2025 Los Alamitos Futurity G2 race. They were at the San Vicente. Where is that? Oh, that was at Santa Anita. Is this one also Santa Anita? No, it's the Los Alamitos race course. And then the Saudi Derby, is that in Saudi Arabia? Were they actually in Saudi Arabia? Oh my god, wait, they actually were. That's hilarious. Okay. They were actually in the, well, this is a G3 race, mind you, but like they were at the 2026 Saudi Derby, and they got 7th place. Well, that's unfortunate, but hey, at least they won in one of the races there. This one, what is this MSW? What does MSW mean? I don't know, but they won something, so Good for them. Good for them. Anyway, back to Uma. I was just curious. Curious about the history of Acknowledge Me, Please. Yesterday there was a horse in an OP race called Pika Pika Thunder, and I rooted for him, but once they turned the final corner, he fell from front of the pack all the way to dead last. Oof, that's what we call a twin turbo. I'm just kidding. I was in despair. Yeah, that's tragic when you see them about to win, and then suddenly they just fall all the way back. And it's just like, well, turns out maybe they ran out of stamina over there, you know? It's yeah, they need more guts. That's what it comes down to, as Tazuno would say. Right. Did I get? I didn't get mid S, right? I did not. Okay, well we still have one more. We still have one more chance for that. Yeah. Yanko's looking a little bit too good over there, so let me get well, first of all, maybe I should do a date event, yes. That. But yeah, the thing about that is, like, to your point about, like, the Shuval progeny and the Kita-san progeny, that doesn't really work for, well, I mean, especially since, like, it's been a while since Dansu race, it's been a long while since Ina's Fujin race, that was, like, even before Teo. Or like kind of around the same time as her. But like they didn't really have any successful progeny, so it's like I can't really cheer for. And then yeah, Tannhäuser, no, Nature, not really. So you know, it kind of makes it a little bit more difficult. So kind of limited with options there. So that's why it really only comes down to, is their name funny? Yes. Okay, great. I'll cheer for them. Cheer for the funny name. Cheer for the haha funny name. It's like that one horse. It's like that one horse that was named like Skibbity Riz or something, and people were memeing about that. It's like, oh, that should be the next Uma. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Good times. Good times. Okay. But honestly, horse naming in general is honestly just really funny. You look at a lot of the different names out there, and it's just like, how did they come up with some of this stuff? It's not even like the like absurd names. Sometimes it's just like the simplest names that can be funny. Like I remember back this, I don't know how long ago this was, but there was there was a horse that was racing. I don't know if it was like a Kentucky Derby. I think it was the Kentucky Derby. The name is Journalism, and I was like, that's such a simple name, but it does work. It's kind of, it is fun, you know? Just journalism. Imagine journalism wins. It's like, or like something that can be funny in the context of a headline. So like blank wins Kentucky Derby. Like I don't know, I can't be obscene about that. Like my left toe wins the Kentucky Derby. Like it's just like something like that would be really funny. You know. And again, there are limits because, you know, can't be too obscene, but even without that condition, they can still make some funny names, so. Good old horses. I mean, heck, even in Umamusume too, like, you have some pretty funny names. I'm trying to think of, like, examples of that, but, like, I guess, like, the Machikanes, right? Like, because Machikane Fukukitaru is named after, like, a saying. I don't remember what the exact saying was, but, like, something, like, luck comes your way, Fukukitaru. Or, I guess, like, stuff like Loves Only You, or, like, Still in Love. Like, those types of names, it's just, like, not imagine, like, a real horse named after that. Yeah, wow, we said that at the exact same time. That's actually hilarious. I wasn't reading your comment, but I just saw that. I was like, wow, okay, that's funny. I need to see the replay of that scene, like how fast the difference was between me saying that and the comment popping up, because I did not read that comment before I said that, so that's funny. But yeah, no, that I guess we agree with that. Yeah, Still in Love, Loves Only You. I guess stuff that's like sentences or like stuff that you wouldn't think to be like actual like kind of like names. Those are kind of good potential for stuff to be funny. And also, yeah, one more condition: if the horse's jockey is Yutakatake, that seems like that's a pretty. I'm not gonna say that's common, but like considering how many horses that man races with, that might be a little bit more easier to accomplish sometimes. Sure. Why not? I was just like debating because like the double support there, that actually really helps a lot. Actually, Cheval Grand is a funny name if you translate it. Isn't it just Big Horse? I think that's what it was. I don't remember what it actually was. I mean, Grand obviously is big. Yeah, it is big. Okay, yeah, it's literally just Big Horse. It's funny. It's like just naming. Actually, that reminds me of a friend who named their cat Gato, and it's just like you're just naming your cat Cat, basically. I mean, I know it's not actually, but it's just like you're basically just calling your. It's like calling your fish fish in like a different language or something, or like calling your dog like I don't know, like calling your cat Neko, or like calling your calling your dad, you know, which I guess you do. So never mind. I'm just gonna shut up. Okay. I don't love any of my options. I'm gonna do a date event. Okay. Also, I see no one talk about how Cheval likes to call herself a great Umamusume to refer to her own name. One of the niche things I love about her. Yeah, that is true. Yeah. It does. The great Umamusume. Yeah, that is a thing. I mean, with what some of the Umas call themselves, I do think that is kind of funny. Like you have like characters like, let's see. I mean, obviously Falco with Falco, Falcon with Falco, but like I'm trying to think of like other examples of like characters that call themselves, just not their name, like Ines Oni-chan or like Gorushi-chan or whatever. Gorushi, she does call herself Gorushi sometimes. I don't love any of this. I think I'm just going to do a dream sequence. Dreams with that one. Okay. Get the stamina. Once again, I need to catch up on that. Falco March. Although I don't know if that's the actual translation of what she says, but she says it in the anime and they translate it as Great Umamusume. I'll know for sure when she comes out on Global. Yeah, I don't remember, because like... I'm trying to remember what the exact term is, what she says, like in Japanese. I don't think I'd be able to translate that anyway, so I don't think I'd be much help in that regard. Yeah, dameda. No, you cannot extra train. Go screw yourself. Because she says it in her summon quote. Does she? Here, let me... I do have her, so we can just replay that. This is almost... I was about to say this is almost over, but that's not true at all, actually. Yeah, wait, let me pull it up. Because I'm curious. I may remember it, I'm just not remembering off the top of my head. This one. This one. Roll down to... She's not too far. Okay, she's over here. Good. Wait for it to download. This one. Oh, it's only a 2-star. Oh! Oh! What? Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, I don't think I can translate that. But I saw Umamusume and I saw the die, which means big, so sure. That sounds about right. I got you. Yeah, I got you all. Wow, amazing. I've never seen that before. Wow, first time. Yeah, it's fun. Man, speaking of those summon quotes, what's a not that one, but oh wait, no, that one. I was gonna say Digitals is honestly one of my favorites. I don't know why that just suddenly appeared in my head, but Digitals is hilarious because it has all the support cards and stuff, and her freaking out over them. Where are you? I think she's not as far down. I think should be. There she is. But yeah, she does call herself Cheval Grandeur, so more so Grand Cheval in Japanese, which makes sense. Yeah. Just the big horse big. It's not horse big. It's big horse. You know, you gotta get in the right order. Oh. And I love how it's randomized too, so it's like, oh, look at all these Umas out there. Oh, that was the V sisters. Okay, that makes sense. Dijo, we love you. We love your otaku-ness. Okay. But trying to remember if there's any other ones that I remember as being notable. Not really. I remember Ines is looking like a freaking commercial for an energy drink. Which, yeah, I guess, sure. Oh yeah, the friggin' Chris S with her sniper rifle in the pool of ones that are just literally them like shooting weapons and stuff. It's like it's just a race. Why you have to be like this? Oh, and Palmer with her the Fall Guys one. Where is Palmer? I think she's a little bit higher up for me. Yeah, wait, I can pull up Chris S's real quick. Yeah, she has that. I forgot she has that animation. Yeah. NSR. Yeah, complete the mission. This is like a goddamn like the bullet, and it's just like, oh, let me just summon this sniper rifle. It's like, okay. And now they're dead. It's like, okay, great. Now you just killed your opponent, apparently. She took shooting for victory too literally. Apparently, I mean, she is foreign-born, so, you know, and she uses a lot of English in her speech, so I can't blame her. Let's see her making that mistake. Where is Palmer? I think I passed Palmer. Yeah, there she is. I love this one too because I think this came around. Did this come around the time? No, this came after Fall Guys for sure. But this is definitely very Fall Guys inspired. Speaking of which, Fall Guys, man, I might come back to it at some point, but I think I burned myself a little too much about it, so I might play it in the stream at some point, at whenever. But, like, this is 100, like, right? It's crazy how inspired it is, and it does reference her whole thing with the steeple chases. But, or like the jump races. That is pretty crazy. Okay, I mean, that's... I'm looking at these, and then, yeah, Wonder Cute with the tree. It's like, oh, I'm just gonna grow this tree. Don't mind me. I wonder if anyone's made a compilation video of every Uma unique animation since when the game came out first on Global. I tried looking for one and found nothing. I've seen videos of people. That's the issue with that is like it's always going to change with every new Uma that comes out. So those videos are always going to be outdated whenever it gets published. But I have seen some videos like that. I know we talked about in an earlier stream like doing a tier list of all the kind of the unique animations, and I do think that would be kind of interesting, especially since. You know, with the alternate costumes, those also have different, obviously different animations, so that could also be kind of a little bit of a difference. Speaking of alternates, hold on, there was one that I remember being super hilarious. I think I gotta scroll all the way down for that, but the recent Sounds of Earth, or as I like to call her, sounds of ass. Ass's alternate, the Valentine costume, which I actually don't have. So wait, oh, I'm not gonna be able to do this. Shoot, dang it! I think I actually have to. I have to have it to show it. Where are you? Where is she? Did I pass her? I passed her multiple times. Where are you, sounds of ass? Sounds of ass. Why am I not finding her? I have her. I definitely know I have her. I don't think I have her this far up, though. Sounds of ass. I don't... She is not... She is? Really? I'm surprised she's this high up for me. That's interesting. I didn't realize she was affection level 8. Yeah, because I don't think I have her Valentine's edition, so... Yeah, I don't. Dang it. If I did, I was going to show that, because that's hilarious. She does all this theatrics of dancing and stuff, and then she just opens a bag of candy and just pours it into additions. Like, here's my candy, and it's just like, it's so good. Do you have... I do have Vivlos. Want to see if she has the butterflies in her animation? Yes. I do not have her swimsuit costume, unfortunately, but... I do at least have... this one. Oh, yeah, it's a 3-star. That's not butterflies. Yeah, it's not. Forgot she has the whole thing with the Dubai. Yeah, I mean, of course, obviously Dubai. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know if those counted. I don't think those are butterflies, but it's there you go. The fireworks were... Oh, I wasn't paying attention to fireworks. Okay, well, there you go. There's your motif for you. Ah, there's the girl failure. Alright, back to Falco. Back to the parade. Oof, I'm looking at this now again. It's just like, this is not looking too good so far. I mean, it's still kind of early, but yeah, not ideal. Marsh Lorraine. I love whenever I do that at the right time, it just looks like she's just like so uninterested. She's like, There's like the half closed eyes, and she just looks like she does not give a shit. I know Virginia and Cheval have butterflies in their animations, so I hope Vivlos had it too, and I wasn't disappointed. I'm assuming you meant wasn't there. I want disappointed. I want disappointment in my life. No, I'm assuming you meant wasn't disappointed. Yep. Yeah, it wasn't. It's all good. All good. No worries. Go for this one. Okay, honestly, yeesh, it's not looking good on the 858 squad. On the 858 front, it sure ain't looking promising, I'll tell you that much. Unless we can get some of these, oh, like something like this. Yeah, this would be helpful. Okay. I need, how many do I need? I would need UF and then UG, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need 5 more level ups. Can that happen? I guess we'll have to find out, but doubtful. Doubtful about that one. Well, fortunately for me, I do still have one more date event, which I will use right now. Because yeah, it doesn't matter too much whether, you know, for example here Yonko is way overpowered compared to the rest of the others. Like, as long as I have them, as long as I have that combination of enough, I guess, level ups, or whatever you call it, equivalent to like an UF UG level, then that should be enough points for me to get 858, so... Doesn't matter. I'll just make, I'll just give the Nepo baby the treatment that she apparently gets. Per usual. And we just got double, double factors there, which is unnecessary, but still appreciated. Alright, there we go. Yes, yes, yes. Love it, love it. Love to see it. Okay, I thought that was a mood down event for a second, but thankfully not. Okay, yes, love it. Yes, it's happening. It's maybe happening. Okay, hold on, hold on. We may be cooking. The cooking may be happening. It may be happening. We only need one more level up. I think it could be happening. I think it's happening. Nice father-son moment going on right now. Very good, very good. Or sorry, father-daughter moment. God, it's vodka the son. No, it's... Whoopsies. Oh, wait, actually, I don't think it's happening. Never mind. I think we've uncooked. I think it's not happening. It was never happening in the first place. If only I had, like, one more turn. Unfortunate. Hate to see it. Out of all the things that I've seen, one I do not like. That is low on my list of things that I want to see. Oh boy. Oh, and for those of you who are interested, which I'm sure is all of you, I'm sure is so many of you, Tomodachi Life update is that things are going pretty interesting, I guess. There's this weird kind of, I don't want to say love triangle thing going on, but there is this weird relationship dynamic going on where it's like I do have a couple on the island. It's two fictional characters, one of which I've kind of carried over from my first Tomodachi game. A character I like to call Timothy T. Timmers, who is tall, lanky, has glasses, and his catchphrase is Timothy T. Timmers. Somehow he was able to be part of the first couple with some random character that I created called Jeffrey, who is actually a girl named Jeffrey. And for whatever reason, I don't know how this happened. This was long after they became a couple. Ines, my rendition of Ines in the island, fell heavily in love with Timothy. And so now there's this weird dynamic where, what makes it even weirder is the fact that Ines and Jeffrey are now friends as well. So there's this really weird dynamic now where it's like, it's you know, you have this weird love triangle going on where it's like Timothy and Jeffrey are together. You know, Jeffrey and Ines are friends, but then there's Ines. It has the kind of that unrequited crush with Timothy. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see if Ines ends up is going to be the what is it? The what's the word? Homebreaker, homewrecker. If yeah, we'll see if Ines ends up being the homewrecker. I don't know yet. Also, I myself, because I created myself an island, and trying my damnedest to actually get like some sort of relationship going. I've included some of my favorite characters, so I'm hoping maybe, you know, selfishly hoping that maybe some of them might get together. I've become friends with Ines. I've become friends with Temari, my favorite character from Gaku and Idolmaster. But so far, it hasn't been really working out too well on those fronts. I am best friends with Timothy, so that's good at least. That's all I really ask for in life. But yeah, it's still early goings. I mean, it's only still day 3 of me playing this game, so because it came out on Thursday. So still yet to come on how that progresses, and who knows how the marriages and the babies end up. I haven't been playing that. I'm sure there's people who have already gotten to that point. I have not been playing it that much, is all I'll say about that. I love listening to people's Tomodachi lore. It's kind of funny just listening to all the, like, because when you add like random characters, that also really adds to the absurdity of it. Because you get stuff like Batman marrying, I don't know, like friggin' Tina Fey or whatever, and just like, oh yeah, you know, they just had, you know, just became couple, you know, standard stuff there, you know, nothing crazy. So as for me, I mentioned it before, I think yesterday, but like I don't really add. I'm not the type of person to really just add like random ass fictional characters, in the sense of like stuff from movies and like media. I usually just kind of create random characters that spring to my mind. So for example, I have a character that is literally just a goth girl who I've called Landmina, you know, because like Landmine Girl, there's like the whole thing there. That's not exactly a goth thing, but like I don't know, I just couldn't come up with a good name, so I was like, yeah, Landmina, sure. And she's become fast friends with a lot of characters in my island. I created Wade. I think I mentioned that Wade from Animal Crossing, into a very cursed looking, because I had to use the face paint for that. And I made the eyes all separated. I made him white like he is in the game. I made him bald. It's kind of cursed looking, and I also made him a kid, of course, because you know he is a kid at heart. So he will not be participating in the relationship shenanigans with all the other all the other islanders out there. But we'll just see how else there is. Otherwise, I think, yeah, other than Wade, Temari, Ines, and I think that's pretty much the characters from known media. The rest of the characters I've added are all just fictional stuff from like my mind. I added another kid because I felt like it kind of bad that Wade was my only kid on my island, so I added another kid that was not... He does not look like a kid. He just looks like a full-grown guy, and that was kind of the joke there. And then I gave him some spiky hair, and so I just named him Spike. So I got Spike. I have an old guy named Harold. I don't know why. I just named him Harold. He was old. Who was actually really good friends with Wade, funny enough, so I don't know how that happened. I have a... Who else do I have? I have a human that's disguised as an alien. Or, sorry, an alien disguised as a human. Like, I gave him a really weird, like, kind of alien-y voice. He has, like, the spiky ears. He has green hair. He has really weird hair. I don't know why I named him Ludwig. I think I named him Ludwig because he kind of has the hairstyle of, like, Beethoven and some of those guys from, like, way back in the day. So I was like, oh, this looks like a Ludwig. So I just did that. And then I added, like, a random other girl because I needed to keep the balance of ratios on my island relatively even for the most part. Although I do know there is the whole thing about, you know, like, which I really appreciate, is the whole thing of, like, you know, setting the dating preferences to be different, and also, like, making non-binary characters, which is actually, like, a really huge inclusion. I love how they did that. I know people have been, you know, there's those people who have been kind of up and riled about that, but we don't care about them, so it's good to see the inclusion of that. I think I made Landmina the non-binary character anyways, so it's good stuff, you know, speaking as a non-binary person myself. So did you find your favorite food yet? Not yet. I have not been successful in seeing kind of those reactions to, like, favorite food, least favorite food, that kind of thing. I'll just have to keep trying, but yeah, I haven't been able to get that point. I haven't even gotten to the point of even seeing, like, loves or, like, kind of, like, detest or something, like, or something to fit in that. It's all just been, like, oh, like, it's been in the range of, like, they really like it to, like, oh, they really don't like it. But it's not, like, you know, like, terrible, like, you know, like, gets into, like, the best of or worst of list. So we'll just have to keep on playing and seeing how that goes. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it is... The thing with Tomodachi Life, I could definitely see it being a really good potential series to stream, but I did mention before about the only reason why I'm not streaming the game is because, again, I am using my real-life self as one of the characters, so I'm not gonna... And again, I could, you know, replace the name, blah, 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 you know, do some actions on that end, but nah, I kind of want to keep this for myself, you know. Some games I don't have to stream every game I play, you know, and it's kind of been my philosophy. So there's games I play that I don't ever plan on streaming, like Hades and, like, some of the other, like, Pocopia. I did one stream of Pocopia. I found it fun, but, like, not really my type of game to stream, so... Oh, that was terrible. Oh my god, okay. Yikes. It's because I didn't get even close to max speed there, and yet somehow that was the third place. That's That's not a good sign. Alright, well, I'll just have to keep grinding for that. But yeah, Tomodachi Life. I actually, as soon as I'm done with the stream, I might actually go over and just check on my residents real quick and see how they're doing. That's how it's been for me for the most part. But yeah, with that being said, let me just, No, we're not doing Training Urara, we're closing things out, unfortunately. But let me see how my races do, and then we'll sign off, and, I'll have to decide what I want to play tomorrow, because again, I still haven't figured it out. Or if I even want to stream tomorrow, honestly. I might just want to take it easy, but I kind of do want to stream tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be completely transparent here. One of the reasons I have been kind of streaming a little bit more often is because I want to try and hit that affiliate achievement. Because of the fact that, you know, it has to be, you know, the average in 30 days. The more streams I do, the more opportunities to be able to get that, so... Selfishly, I've been kind of, you know, if I've been, you know, in an okay mood, that's why I've been kind of pushing myself to do a little bit more. So that's why I'm like, yeah, I think I still want to most likely stream tomorrow. That being said, I think that's a good place as any to stop. Yeah, we're at 4 hours, so that's a pretty good place. Yeah, I'll just get into just chatting and we'll sign things off. But hope everyone had a good, thanks everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed as I suffered through hell and back. Got some pretty good RNG, got some terrible RNG, all in one stream. The roller coaster of good stuff, and the exclusive of Aruvu, so look forward to pulling her in about 22 hours, but yeah, we'll see what we play tomorrow. Maybe, who knows, maybe it might be Uma, maybe we might do Aruvu runs, you know, straight up right out of the gate. It is on my whims, but I'll see you all tomorrow. Until then, Shino the Penguin. This is who I am. That's not my thing. This has been Shino the Penguin. Thanks all so much for watching once again. Hope you have a good rest of your Saturday night or whatever time of day it is. And I will see you in the next one. Cue the music. Cue the outro. Thanks, y'all. See ya.